Hello there, good afternoon, and welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Tuesday, 15th of August 2023, and we're starting another new game today. Finally, we're going to give Oxygen Not Included a go. We have talked about it a few times in the past. It's on that list of games that I wish I knew better, I wish I'd learned more about, so I'm feeling up for it. We're going to give it a go. Pretty daunting game. I didn't really play enough of it when it first came out, and over time various updates and additions and DLC have kind of changed what it's all about. There's a lot going on. It's all quite technical, very RimWorld-like in the kind of depth of it all and width of it all, which makes it a bit scary to try and get your brain around, but I'm feeling up for it. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a similar approach to what we did with RimWorld again, actually play on a relatively easy setting, not necessarily forever, but maybe forever. We'll play on a very easy setting, so that we can enjoy building stuff and actually seeing the game and learning about what's going on in it without stressing too much about how happy our people are and stuff like that, and hopefully still have fun even on the easy mode. We won't switch anything off. You can play sandbox where elements of the game are switched right off to make it dead easy. Not going to do that. Have it all on so that we can learn all about it. It's the general idea. Do a little playthrough, see how far we can get with a colony, see how much we can build, and how many people die along the way. Hopefully none of them, I'm thinking, but we'll hop into the game now. This is the best spot I can find for the camera, which is an interesting one, down here in the middle. I'm not sure I've ever been here before. We'll see how that goes. May have to fiddle with it, depending on if we can find a better spot, but I don't know, looks kind of fun down here. We will start ourselves a new game. Okay, and we immediately get a nice option of, do we want to play this difficult mode or really easy mode? Well, as I say, we're going to go really easy. Next option, I'm not too sure really. I think classic mode is the mode I want. So Spaced Out is the DLC that was released. The lab, I don't even know. Experimental scenarios, I think we'll definitely avoid that for a while. As I understand it, Spaced Out means you start on a smaller planetoid and there are more other planets nearby and smaller in general. So, as it says, there's more of an emphasis on space travel, whereas the classic isn't the original design, but it's more similar to the original design. You start on a larger but fewer, basically. Less emphasis on space travel appeals to me because it gives us more time and space to build something, a base or whatever. So I think we'll go with the classic style. The setup here, I am cutting little bits of it off, but I don't think that matters. The game settings page, as mentioned, every option here, such as hunger, disease, morale, it all has an option where it's basically disabled. So, you can be tummyless, so you never need food. And all I'm going to do is have everything one level above that. So it's like super easy mode without being total cheat. The sandbox mode off, stress reactions will still have on, and that all is fine, I think. In terms of setting up the world, a lot of this I just don't understand. This is, like I say, the stuff that's been added, and I don't know what it all means. We have story traits. They seem to be some kind of quest or something, so they're all enabled. That's fine with me. They'll all be enabled. Our setup of what kind of world just appears to go from easy to more difficult. So as we scroll to the right, our survival chance becomes slimmer and slimmer. So again, we'll start on the first option, the easiest one, a Terran-style asteroid. And then there's a nearby asteroid, which in this case has got mixed boulders and metallic caves, and then more distant ones. Some of these at the bottom, you can just about see their names, I think are to do with things that were added later. The Mu asteroid is a very recent update that added milk, I think, to the game, or something like that. These have no special traits or anything, and I don't know what the deal is with that. But the other ones, the three above, I think are randomly generated. So if we change our destination seed, it'll change the traits of these three nearby ones. I don't particularly feel like we need to min-max this, but I mean, this seems fine. There's nothing bright red and scary looking. That world has got a frozen friend, whatever that means. There's some crashed radioactive satellites, whatever that means. This one is metal poor, but this one is metal rich. More crashed satellites. Again, don't know enough about the game to know what they do, so I doubt it really matters for the playthrough we're going to be doing here. So we'll take those settings, that's fine. Start the game for me. We are loading. I am blocking the loading bar so you can't see how close to done it is. Sorry about that. Of all the things to block, I think this is okay. Oh, and it doesn't even tell you how close to done it is. It goes back and forth, so never mind. Not even helpful. There we go. We are loaded. And step one, of course, just like in RimWorld, we need to sit here and re-roll our characters a million times until we get exactly what I'm after. I'll try not to make this too long. There are things I would like. I would like to absolutely maximise things that I find useful at the start of any building game. So I want a person who's quick at digging, and a person who's quick at constructing. And then I think, I feel it would be good to have someone who's quick at researching, or has an interest in researching, if you call it that, to move forward. We'd then just kind of be missing someone to make food, but because of our easy mode settings, we don't really need to worry about food too much. They will literally eat dirt, and they won't be happy about it, but it's not going to cause a disaster because we're on easy mode. So I'm going to start re-rolling someone with a big mining, building, or researching. Preferably not a mix of things. Although, I don't know if that's good or bad, We're going to make a lot of mistakes, obviously. Probably goes without saying, but I think that's fine to begin with. A bit of digging, a bit of operating. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. We'll leave that there and keep rolling the others and see what we end up with. Someone with building. Okay, 7. Seems like a reasonable number. They're going to start with the max level digging skill, which is weird because they're not going to be digging. So we may end up re-rolling them even though they've got good ones. We'll see. We are missing, I think, research. Doctoring, again, shouldn't be an issue because it's less likely people are going to get in a need for medical stuff. This person has bonus to construction but would start with a crop tending skill. For farming is even weirder. Cooking, no. Research and ranching. Interesting. They also have a negative of not liking husbandry despite a bonus in husbandry. But it's still +4 science and they're immune to food poisoning, which seems kind of good, to be honest. Otto seems alright as our person who's going to do science. And while loving and hating husbandry, or hating it but being good at it, that could be a thing. I'm still tempted to re-roll this middle guy because that bonus is a bit weird, so we're still looking for maybe a better digging or building. Or both, maybe. Preferably without re-rolling for the next 3 hours. Farming, not to begin with. I don't think. We'll see if I regret that or not. Tidying and farming. Cooking and operating, no. Not having much luck. Operating and building. They are innately stylish. So we just add decor around them, which will make them a bit happier. I like that. They also don't like husbandry, whatever that means. They're not going to get involved in it, hopefully, then. But that's good, they've got some building. So I'll re-roll Nisbet as well. We've got the building, so we just want someone who can do digging. Ooh, I should have checked that last one out. Never mind. We don't need to get the perfect result here. But I do, want someone who's quick at digging. More than a +1. +3 digging with +3 athletics. And they are... So if they're getting good morale from food, they get more morale, which is okay. It's better than nothing. Not bad. Can't doctor at all, but I don't think that's a problem. So if they get stressed, a couple of them are binge eaters and one is a vomiter, but we'll just not get them stressed because we're on easy mode. There's a plan. I get to pick a name. I am blocking that. You can't see it. We'll randomise until we get something I'm happy with. Not something too positive. I don't think... I mean, it's probably going to be a reasonably nice place because, you know... But not going to be the Death League. Probably not the Abyss. The Hip Hospital? Hopefully not. Contagious Meteor. The Merry Meteor? That's not bad, but I don't love it. We could just call it, yeah, Planet. Don't mind that for a random name. The Rat's Nest. Sure. These guys are going to move into the Rat's Nest. Quinn, Lyra, and Otto. Never good with the names. So we're probably just going to forget who they are and what they do. But a lot of the game's, you know, automated. They'll work it out themselves. So don't need to worry. The asteroid we call home has collided with a planet, decimating the colony. We need to rebuild. There's a new cluster of material-rich planetoids nearby. We need to guide the duplicants through the perils of space travel so we can build a colony bigger and better than before. Sounds like a plan. Step 1 is pause the game, as always. Step 2, I just need to change the audio settings. The main menu and the in-game are very different. And the main menu has some very annoying noises on it. So I had switched some of the sound off. And the music, I think, is like louder on the main menu. So I may be back to fiddle with this in a minute, but I think maximising all them would be nicer. So just putting that back to normal. Good. Now we need to get reacquainted with the UI. I have been in the game recently, you know, to work out where my camera should be and stuff like that. So it's not completely alien. Menus, status. It's a nice speed up option, and when you change the speed, it pings. Like, very nice. Love this. Could sit here doing this all day. But there we go. Build menus are down here. Good. And then jobs down here. I don't think it's like RimWorld. You don't have to tell people what they... Oh, you can tell them what to do. Good. I don't think you need to. Like, they'll do everything. But I can prioritise, which we should. So, Quinn was our digger. They should prioritise digging. Lyra is our builder. And Otto was our researcher. So we'll just prioritise those things and then leave them doing everything else like normal, I think. Seems fine. I don't think we need to fiddle around with that much. As much as you would in RimWorld, for example, you'd be changing priorities a lot more. Use that numbered system and everything. There is a schedule, which, again, just like in RimWorld, I'd rather avoid night owls so that we can keep everyone on the same schedule. Keeps it easy. Skill menu. Did anyone start with anything in the end? No, we didn't in the end. That's fine. So we've got nothing to fiddle with there yet. Come back to that when they level up. Seems fine. We can tell them what they can and can't eat and take. That's fine. We have a calorie counter up here. How many calories we have available to eat. Now we're on easy mode, so we don't need many. And we're probably going to just end up with enough mush and dirt and random seeds that we won't have an issue. But I need to tell myself to be looking at that every now and then. Keep half an eye and the stress levels and everything, but that's, again, probably going to be fine. Okay, good. I do have a layout. Not sure about a layout. You know, a building structure that I've always done from when I first started playing the game. And I'm probably going to do the same thing, even if it's, like, really not an optimal thing. Hopefully, if there is an optimal way of laying out your base, we can learn a bit more about that in due time. But I don't know anything about that, so we're just going to build something out. And if it ends up being a disaster, so be it. The rooms, so 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles tall, and then 12 across for having stuff in. So that 8. You start with a block of 8 there. 9, 10, 11, 12. That will finish the first room off. Then I'm going to need some material to plan with. Dismiss all the tutorial missions, messages. We're not going to need that, of course. That might be a mistake. And as always, I'm probably just going to run on the fastest speed with lots of pausing to think. Is how I'm probably going to play. Okay, we have sandstone on the ground, so we can now build tiles. put that floor in. There will then be a ceiling there. And we block the room in with a doorway. And then we have a little uppy-downy corridor type thing. Bit concerned we're so close to lovely, polluted, sludgy stuff on that side. We may have to expand more eastbound rather than westbound. And more northbound than south, because there's, I don't know, what's down here? Obsidian, sand. Should have a little look around, shouldn't we? Bit of water there. Bit of water there. That's not a huge amount of water to start with. Gonna have to try and pull that together somehow without getting it polluted. More water above us, so maybe we could drop that down into storage. Some uranium here. Just a random spot of uranium. Right in the middle of where I'd like to build. Lovely. Quite a big pocket of carbon dioxide just above our base. Not great for a start. Okay. Fine. Bit concerned. Okay, so the corridor I want 4 wide. So it'll be like that, a little step. I've run out of materials now anyway. We have a ladder down one side and then all our pipes and electricals run up the other gap in the middle there. And we end up with a mess in the end because it's, you know, it's a game like that. But we try and keep it as neat as we can to begin with. So that's, so yeah, we're probably not going to fit a corridor and a set of 12 without breaking into that. So this will have to be the leftmost. So I'll head right a bit. Maybe we'll build up immediately as well. I want a room where we can put their beds. They don't need them because they're going to be happy regardless, but it's an easy way to boost them around is give them a bed to sleep in nicely. We want a toilet setting up, or a couple of outhouses initially, and then I'd like to work on creating a water storage bucket that they can get water from. Getting that in place, then we can use that to make a wash basin or a sink and to do various research things, I think. So yeah, one room to put the beds in, one to put the toilet in, and then we could start building down to put a tank of water underneath here, I think. In the middle probably, yeah. It's going to be a little awkward. Not my favourite start we've got here, but we'll live with it. They've done that much, so I need to dig that out. On there, and then yeah, I guess we'll go up then. We run out of materials to begin with, but we'll soon have way more than we can handle all over the place, making a mess. Is it telling me about temperature? Not for any particular reason, just so we know. The temperature here, uranium is cold for some reason. The next biome up there is warm. There's something cold here. Ah, I recognise this. When you have... Is it neutronium? Is that the right thing? Extremely resilient element. There's spawns in the world of those little geysers that pump out gases or liquids or whatever, and they have a 4-long block that they spawn on. So I think there's a cold spot here because there's a cold geyser here hidden behind the rock, which is very close to our base. It'd be interesting to know what that is. If it's something useful, like cold water, that would be brilliant. I guess we'll see. And then some warm bit over here where all this sludgy, horrible stuff is as well. Sure. They're ready for more instructions. Need more stone or whatever to make a ladder. So we'll tell him to dig the whole lot out. Nope. There's bits of sand that have fallen down. And start... I think they prioritise making stuff over digging stuff in general. Other than the guy we've told to prioritise digging. So if I give them beds to make, they will. Someone will come and make them once we have the materials. Get 4 beds in that room, with a little space at the edge for later decoration or something. Or maybe we'll just put extra beds in there. I'm not sure how often we get a drop, but 2 more cycles, so it's every 3 days, 3 cycles, we might get our opportunity for a new person. Although, you know how picky I am, I'm going to turn them down pretty often, aren't I? Too picky all the time. Ah, this hatch. I don't know what the correct thing to do here is. It's one of those things where, you know, I probably should have researched it or, you know, watched someone play and learn. I think most wild animals, it's good if you have them domesticated, but otherwise they are bad. Hatches make coal, but they eat sand, sandstone, dirt, food. So if I leave him here, he's going to eat up materials that we want to create coal, which is valuable but not at the moment. So I think, yeah, while it's wild and uncontrolled, I think we just want to kill him off so we don't lose the materials. You know, sandstone would be nice to have at the moment. That's all we have to build with. Also seem to be wrong because I could be building these cots and they're not. I can prioritise though, right? Give them a 6 and they'll prioritise making them. The person who's prioritising building should be doing it though. Who is that? Lyra. I would have expected to build those sooner. Oh well. It's bedtime, that's why they're not making them right now. So they're going to sleep on the floor instead of making a bed. Shoe. We've gained food, which, yeah, would happen. We've dug up plants as we went around, and whatever they dropped is available to eat. No one is sick. Good to know. We've got no outhouse, and they're going to need one right now. Okay. Ah. May have taken too long getting up and running. Where do we want this, though? You probably wanted the beds in the other room. Can move them. Don't necessarily want that there because I can't fit a sink in. Or can. I'll have it there. Top priority. Make a toilet quick before someone makes a mess. Yeah. Make a second one because everyone's going to make a mess pretty quick. I also do want to increase the priority of clearing it out to be a higher than average. So when it's time to clear it out, they clear it out quicker. And yeah, those beds. I have... it's fine. They can stay where they are for now, but we will probably move them into a different room soon enough. There we go. Second outhouse is up and running. So we will want... either I put 2 wash basins in, one either side, so when they leave the room they wash their hands. Or you put one in by the left-hand door and block the right-hand side off so they have to leave past the sink. But then they can't walk through to get places, which might be an issue, but is less likely. I'm going to block that edge off. We may end up opening that and blocking the other edge in the future, but for now that'll do fine. There's a lot of carbon dioxide in the base, including where their beds are, so I would like to dig down so that it drops. That's one of those very technical, nerdy, interesting things about the game, is the gases have different densities and weight, so to speak. So if we create space below, the carbon dioxide is going to sink down because it's heavier than the oxygen. And that way we can get oxygen into their bedroom in place of that carbon dioxide. As long as there is oxygen available. Which there ain't a lot. Oh well. Up here we need to dig. Need to dig above so that they can do these tiles. They can't reach them from underneath. But if they dig those out, they can build those in. That'll be fine. Where are we? It's downtime. Day's over again. They don't get a huge amount done every day. You know. I'd love them to do lots and lots and lots, but sure that's me being unfair. Be those rooms. Those are going to be different though. We're clearing the space. Yeah, see, this is what we're trying to avoid. They can't sleep through the night because they can't breathe, so luckily they wake up and go and get some oxygen. Could be worse, but it means they're not happy because they didn't sleep well. How is... I can see morale somewhere. It's in the skills, I think. I can see it here. So they're getting +3 and -1 across the board. Oh no, here we got +3 and not -1. Because they don't care about decor as much, I think. Okay. So they're not upset. I mean, they get bonuses just for being new, which is helpful, for sure. Because I am slow. Are they both? So we're going to have one bucket where there's a big pool of water and one bucket where there's a big pool of polluted water, and then we process the polluted back over into good stuff. I'm not sure what's the best way round for that. Might not really matter. Kind of water in the middle would be fine, and then we'll do polluted on the right hand side. Could do it on the left because there's a bunch over here we could then feed in if we needed to. Down that matters. We have uncovered more stuff. As we've expanded, we can see further. So up here is a bunch of chlorine gas. Bleach stone. It emits chlorine. Okay. Not sure if there's a good side to chlorine. Doesn't seem like something we want to fill our base with straight away. Further north looks normal. Haven't seen much more over this way. Down below, a few sweetles. What does a sweetle do? They excrete solid sucrose. Okay. They eat sulfur and give you sugar. If we can find a source of sulfur, then we can make our food tastier, maybe? Something like that, I guess. Sure. Over here, polluted oxygen. More sweetles. Some kind of structure. You know, there's a tile and a light here and carpet. Interesting. And a abyssalite around it. We have not got a lot of room for the layout that I usually do. This may have been a big mistake. Oh well. Water in the middle, it might get in the way of that geyser. It's interesting. Like, this could be really bad layout. I may re-roll this map if I'm honest. We'll see how it goes. We'll go a bit longer, you know, learn a few little things and then maybe start again. Possible. It depends how much it bothers me. We're already pretty close to this abyssalite and uranium in the above us as well. We'll find a way. Maybe find out what is down here first, if we can dig that far down, look at it and then decide whether we need to build around it or with it or whatever. So I'm gonna... I don't want to move that water though. Go down and then dig a bit there. We'll end up dismantling this ultimately. Some bits they can't dig yet, they're too hard. Okay. Well, hopefully by the time they've done a bit more digging they'll have leveled up and we can give them the skill to break through that material. Although this stuff needs very high level. But we don't necessarily need to break that to see what's there, if we can find our way through. can find any way through. We'll see. We'll see. At least at the moment they have food, a toilet, and a bed. It's kind of all they need. Do want to make oxygen. Which we have a way of turning polluted dirt into polluting oxygen. That's not good. You can't breathe polluted oxygen. Make you unwell. A way of turning algae into oxygen, which is an option. We've got lots of algae around. It just makes oxygen, so the air pressure is going to matter. I don't know. Should be okay. Going to want to do it inside their bedroom or something. But we've got a spare room. We'll do it here. Let's have just one to begin with. It looks like it's powered. Yeah. So we're going to need a manual generator. Go with there. Have I miscounted? No, there's good. Put a battery in that space. Wire that together. They'll make some oxygen. Better than having no oxygen, I think. We'll see. To the right here, yeah, I don't know. Let's have a look. We may just have to shrink everything down, actually. Instead of each room being 12 across, we'll have to make it 10. And you know, rebuild. Which, at this point, is probably worth starting afresh rather than trying to rebuild. But hey, here's our first potential new person. Is there anyone here? I don't mind that. Farming and research. Kind of redundant having two people who can research. But farming is, I guess, what I'm after. Farming and digging isn't a bad option either. A small amount of strength, construction, and athletics I don't care for. So here we would have some farming, some digging. They can cook faster, and food morale bonus allows them to receive morale from food. Food morale bonus -1. That's a bad thing. Why is it in a good thing? So if the morale for the food would be 0, this guy would have -1 instead. That's a bad thing. They also don't... They need more decor. He would be unhappy, and his skills aren't amazing. Right here, increased medicine isn't a bad thing. Decreased strength isn't awful. I don't think, for farmer researcher. Gossman, you're okay. We will print you into our colony. And you can take the 4th bed. And that'll do for now. Take a bit more of those rooms out on the assumption they're going to become something. Yeah, mining down here is going to be hard as the carbon dioxide falls in. We'll see. How are we doing on skills? Can you see? Oh, Gossman came with a skill. Interesting. Do we want to put that into farming or research? Who was the other one? Otto was research and ranching. They wouldn't mind, but mostly research. So I think Gossman goes into farming, which we're not doing yet. So there's no real need to. They gain a morale if you teach them the things with the hearts, but they also lose a morale for every level they take. It's a bit of a weird system, I guess, but it's like if you give them a level for something they're not interested in, they will lose morale. If you give them a level for something they are interested in, it stays net even. So there's no harm in giving them improved farming and equipping a fancy little straw hat. Why not? Wanted, who's the digger? Quinn is the digger. They're a long way to getting a skill point. Just over halfway. That ain't great. What if we started expanding to the east then? Let's say in theory. We have a corridor there. Exit room there, and then it goes into the next biome. A bit of heat is going to radiate in from the edge. Doesn't seem like the end of the world. It might be okay. Let's dig that through. Oh, they can't. There's stuff they can't dig there yet. But soon. Maybe. Keep giving them stuff to do is the main thing. It's not like they need to do anything. They should be happy enough with what they've got for a very long time now. Yeah, we'll deal with that when we deal with that. Fine. 2 tiles above it so they can access all of that. They get very close to some of the heat, but hopefully they'll live. What are these things? A Dreco. Can make eggs. They graze on pepper plants, balm lily and mealwood. Covered in thick woolly fibres, only grow in hydrogen. Okay, they also excrete phosphorite. So you can produce fibre if they are breathing hydrogen, and you can get phosphorite, whatever you do with that, if you feed them food. Ranching is complicated. Very complicated. There's a bunch of things they like in here. There's even a little bit of hydrogen, but it's mostly chlorine, which I have no idea what to do with. Chlorine is germ killing. Oh, okay, maybe we can find a use for it in that capacity. But it is unbreathable. Yeah, which is a bit of a problem. This music track is louder than the others. For a game that's been out so long, I wouldn't think I'd have basic issues like that. I mean, maybe I'm imagining it, you know me, but I did think the audio would be balanced. Each music track at the same volume would be nice. Oh well. Live. It's kind of funky. You can see more here. There's a spindly grubfruit plant, which I assume makes spindly grubfruits, which you eat. Seems good. Some oxalite. More of this building here. There's a lot of polluted oxygen around there, which wouldn't be fun. Like, I don't want to necessarily break into this and get flooded with that kind of stuff. Some lockers. Contains an assortment of personal effects. Don't know what that means or what that does for us. But there you go. We could go look at that. Bunch of slime. Down here, some sulfur. So I'm somewhat concerned. It's a slightly warmer biome with sulfur in it. And this, what I think is going to end up being a geyser, is really cold. But is it going to become really hot if we unblock it? More bleach and chlorine down below us. I'm really not liking this spawn. As I say, I think we just need to build smaller, less big, causing our own problem here. Let's get that ladder designed in. Everyone will go honk shoe again. Oh. And a bunch of hatches have appeared. I guess they're nocturnal. There's also a shine bug, so I would like to throw a door on to try and stop that getting into the bedroom so they don't get woken by the light. Hey Trollbait, nice to see you. Hope you're good. Have a good day. You've debated buying this game for like 4 years. Yeah, I've had it for like 4 years and not really played it much. It's a complicated one, you know, which makes it a bit, like I said earlier, a bit kind of scary really to try and learn. But you know, it has a lot of settings. We could have made it even easier than what we've done now. We could have gone full sandbox and just learned without any worry. But as it is, everyone's kind of happy, and vaguely easy mode, I think I'll be okay. How are you? Yeah, not bad at all. I'm doing pretty good. I think. A bit warm, as always. I'm complaining about that all the time, I think. How are we doing for... There's an oxygen overlay here. This is breathability, I guess. It's not literally telling me what the red gas is, just that it isn't oxygen, which, fine. We've pushed the carbon dioxide out of their bedroom at least, but yeah, we're not the smoothest start for gas availability. Oh well. They'll live, I'm sure. Ah, they're stuck down there. We are closer to getting the skill we need to break through, so that'll be good when we get there. Any other scary things we've uncovered? Sand in a fancy colour? No, I think that's fine. Got some extra rooms then. So if we're good on that front, I just want to know what this is down here before we plan out where our water is going to live. We have to deal with these sweetles, keeping them out of our way. Should have enough space down here. I am concerned we're going to break into this polluted oxygen down here though, which would not be good. But we'd have to do quite a bit of research I think before we can clean it. So we just have to live with it being around us. Bunch of falling sand with that cleared up. What are they warning me about anyway? We've got no source of food, but that's fine because we've got 50,000 calories. So I'm not worried about that. And we produced less oxygen than we breathed last cycle by some distance. So I guess we need more, but we can't get more because this keeps hitting maximum gas pressure. So we need to remove another gas or like convert the gas instead. I don't know how you would remove the gas. I think there's a... I don't know if it still exists, if they've updated it out, but there used to be a... not necessarily a bug, but an unintended feature where you can use doors to push gas into non-existence. Might still exist, though I don't know how easy it would be. Why has this got a little symbol on it? Skill points are now available. Okay, that's what that means. So, yeah. Lyra can have tinkering, added machinery, or added construction. I think that's the simplest and easiest. We do build things, so let's give them their construction hat. And Quinn can have hard digging, with a hard digging hat. They're all happy enough, yep. So we should be able to mine through the stuff with a single diamond now. Maybe. Not sure. Hopefully we can mine through the stuff with a single diamond now. Yeah, they've started coming down here and digging. Good. Good. Those are triple diamonds, so we're not actually going to be able to break through there. Do we need to go up and over? Kind of can't. We'll see what they can dig and whether we can see from here what's going on. And then work it out. Anything more exciting over here? No. So this structure ended up just being a couple of lockers. I don't know if they have loot in them or something, but because at some point we can open it up when I'm happy we can do something with this polluted stuff. An achievement, apparently. What achievement did we get? We've got a toilet and a bed for every duplicant. I'm surprised I haven't done that before, but okay. Sure. This is still blinking at me. These have got... Oh, Otto now got his skill, and he's going to be the researcher, so we'll give him the research skill and hat. And we'll make a research bench soon-ish, I'm sure. Is that... That's just the colour of the background because of the biome, I'm hoping. Yeah, still just oxygen, carbon dioxide and stuff there, that's fine. We can do a print. Do we... I don't really want a person because they will consume more oxygen. And I don't think we're in a good position for that yet. So... I don't think we go for the people. We can just leave it and wait. Or we could just take half a ton of algae. Because why not? And then next 3 cycles or whatever we get another option. Sure. Why not? We are using it, although we have plenty of it. So, yeah. More Dracos all over the place. More hydrogen up there. How far have they got down here? They've kind of stopped. They just have too many other jobs, maybe? Probably. And now they're in downtime. I don't know how much that matters. Like, I could turn their downtime into work time. It doesn't seem to be affecting their morale or anything. Their overall morale. Don't know. They have some kind of happiness thing. When it reaches a certain point, the morale will take a hit. No idea. Got their health here, their stressors. Wherever that goes. Morale, 4 out of 1. 4. Is it 4 up, 1 down, maybe? No, it's 4 out of 1 needed, yeah. Sure. We're digging. What are we going to find? Some sand. Some rock. A lack of oxygen, sure. It's commonplace around here, I think. Right. They can't dig those, and I don't think they can dig diagonal to that one. So they're just not going to uncover that. Can they dig there? No. So... Can they dig through there, because it's at the same level? Give that a go. Maybe? What's that noise as well? That's from this. I think there is something there. We'll find out soon, I guess. Has to be Quinn to come and do it. We can hop up there. Not sure we can fit through. Don't think he can fit through that gap. We can't dig that, no. We might be able to shoot through the gap, yeah, good. Ah. It's active. Interesting. Is it, or has it just popped a bit of water out? No, I think that is now active. That's fine. We should just temporarily block that off, I think. So it doesn't... I think if it covers itself in water, it'll stop itself. But I'm not sure on that. Don't know how they work. I was under the impression... So you have this 4 blocks along the bottom that it sits on. I thought 3 over and 2 up. If that was blocked, it didn't pump. But evidently I'm wrong. Or maybe that's outdated information. In any case, let's check that temperature now that this is operating. Yeah. So I think neutronium is naturally cold. The geyser went cold because it was touching it and not active. But now that it's active, it's hot. It's still, I mean, it's covered in water and it's still pumping away, so I don't know what you do about that. We need field research to get information, if you say so. This is emitting 11.1 kilograms per second of 95 degrees Celsius water. That's hot. Okay, we need to analyse to work out the active period and outputs. Sure. If it just goes non-stop and it always pumps and we can't stop it, we need it in a sealed environment so we can control it. So I don't want to just create a big bucket here for water to sit in and include the geyser, because it'll flood the whole base, I think. So whatever we build down here, I want to stop before we get there, and then what we do with a infinite source of 95-degree water, it sounds really useful once we can cool it down, I think. Attribute increase, don't know what that means. Strength has gone up, sure. Whatever that means. We have space to build in. We have idle people, in fact. They need a job, so let's get them working here. What we need to do, we need to uproot that to get through, fine. So we would normally have a level there. Measure that out. And then be there. You're still well above, so we could do 2 levels deep, storing water, and not really be anywhere near the geyser. Out of interest. I think we could even go there, and its output would kind of spill below, not above. So yeah, not sure how we're going to handle that in the future. Could we... do we want this much water storage? That's probably overkill. Yeah, let's not worry about that. So we'll build to there. Oh, we don't need tiles there, especially. Do need a ladder so they can get down. And then we'll end up with picture pump to get the water out. There, and at the lower level as well, probably. And then we want an emptier there, where we can empty bottles of water that we end up with randomly through mopping or whatever. I'll come here and empty that into the pool of water. Needs to sit on a tile though. Which will do that for now. They can jump the gaps. Then when we unlock the tiles that let liquid through, we'll replace some of what's in this room. But that seems fine, I think. Do I need the bottle emptier to be lower so that we can't flood the room? Maybe. Because if the emptier gets flooded, they won't operate it, I think. We'll leave it for now and see what happens. That's fine. Dig the rest of that room out. Just cancel that one. So hopefully that water just flows in, spreads across the bottom, and then we can block it off. We won't need to pump that water anywhere. Maybe. If we're getting water, we can have... we haven't unlocked... Oh, there we go. Wash basin is in the medical stuff. We can install one ready for when we have the water to wash our hands with. Something we've built or dug is shoving the water the wrong way. Oops. And that way as well. Oh well. We'll tidy it up in due course, I guess. It's fine, just gonna set the directions so they come into the room fine, use the outhouse, and then on their way out they go past the wash basin and have to use it. That pump isn't gonna reach anything. Yeah, could have planned this construction better, I think, to keep the water organised. We'll live. They'll work it out. And we'll need to make a bucket for the polluted water as well somewhere. Either on the left or the right. Might go with the left. Then we can try and get this water from up here to flow in, and then we can use it. Maybe. Should also set up the corridor next door. Why not? Just leave some of that edge in place so the water doesn't go everywhere. And that can go to there, that one to there. Seems good. Some people have caught hypothermia, that's I guess expected when they're trudging around in the water. Hopefully they can just sleep it off. Good. We don't cover anything else as we walked down. Some more tiles. There's some kind of structure behind here as well. Sand, vacuum and tiles. Ooh, some gold over here. Gold amalgam. It's in amongst the slime. Sure. There's a phosphorite here we've seen. What does it do? It's an agricultural material. Okay. Maybe you make fertilizer out of it or something. Queen caught hypothermia. Some little patches of water we can mop up here. Probably mop that as well. Should put it into a bottle, which we can then permit to be emptied up here. Bit soon for that, I guess. This didn't really do what I wanted in the end because I didn't plan well enough. So we'll block that back in. Can I still not? Can't give an instruction for where the plant is, so they do need to dig that up before I can do that. Which I'm sure they'll get round to eventually. Okay. Oh good, they're taking some of that water up to the wash basin. Nice. That'll help avoid germs. I guess. Hopefully avoid some sickness. They're not, you know, it's easy mode, they're not likely to get sick regardless, but might as well help. These two are suffocating. Why aren't they... Right. I have at some point accidentally blocked in the top of that ladder. So they need to come and dig that out so that they can leave. Okay. My bad. Let's deconstruct that bit of ladder, that's no longer needed. Ooh. New printables are available. This might be a reject all kind of situation. I don't see the value in having a ton of rust. I'm sure it has a use. It says here's useful in some oxygen production processes, but not right now, you know. This person has 3 negatives, and all they're interested in is piloting, which we're avoiding. Strength and medicine, piloting, yeah, for me that's a reject all. Off they go. Try again soon. Yeah, they could have done this a nicer way as well. There's no way of shoving the water in. Sure, there's a way we can do it. Might be a complete waste of materials, but might give it a go. We build tile. Wonder if they're clever enough to build the back one first. That's interesting. I might leave that and see what they do. There. Bit by bit. Let's do that much first and see if that shoves the water over. We'll need to dig that out. That water geyser appears to have stopped. That could be to do with its active period, rather than it being blocked in or anything like that. Not sure. That's the kind of thing I could do a Google on. Actual functionality of how they work. Because it's unlikely the game's going to teach you specifically. Don't know. Oh. That's got dug up. We can put that tile in that gap. And they did not build that in a sensible order. So why don't they dig that up? Then they'll be able to access it, so cancel them for now. I'm going to have to deconstruct that so that we can get those bits of water on the right out. Going best. Ah, that. But I don't think they can reach. Interesting. Put a ladder there. Then they can. Maybe not. Yeah, there you go. Sure. We'll tidy that up with the other type of tile at a later point. But there we go, they now have a pump that is touching water, so a source of ongoing water. Nice. Is this short enough to mop? No. What if we dig a tile out and try and mop bit by bit? Well, they've done that. So they can build that. Now they can mop a little bit. Not sure if this is really going to help, but there we go. Build the tile in. Still too much. We'll get it all tidy eventually. They're really, really unnecessary probably, but you know me. I like things organised. Still too much liquid there. Fine. I hope we are actually capturing. This isn't like some secret method of infinite water generation. Should be mopping up something, a few 100 grams, and then reducing the amount that's there. Maybe not. I hope it's reducing. I'm sure if we just keep doing it over and over again, it'll work. This side we need... Actually, that could get mobbed. Then we need to build there. But if that caused it to splash up there last time, let's mop that first, then I'll kind of block that diagonal and we'll see. It's going to be weird. But I'm sure we can shove this all inside and then seal it off and dig away and have things how I actually want them. Might also just give the instruction to start digging this out as well. Why not? Plant there that I need to get rid of. That'll be there, that'll need to go. What? Why are things be beeping at me? What's going on? A ceiling has collapsed. Seems fine. No one got hurt, so it can't be that bad. And over here, bright red, there's a meteor bombardment underway, but I think we're far enough down in the planet that that's not going to affect us. 3 people are idle. As they're digging, they've stranded themselves, so... where these ladders are actually going to live. Might help them get around. Deconstruct all of that now. Try and force that water up again. They have collected that water, so we'll put that diagonal in. Otto's just kind of stood there looking sorry for himself. I guess he doesn't have the material to make the ladder he needs to get out. So he's going to have to wait for these guys to get over there. Bit weird. I guess. I mean, he built himself in there. Can I prioritise doing that? Because if he runs out of oxygen over there for whatever reason, that won't end well. Talking of... yeah, oxygen's not in good shape in this base. Especially down here. I don't know what we can really do about that until we do some research. I mean, we could do some research, that's not... actually not a bad idea. There we go. Get a research station and plug it in. Just for starters. What have we got then? 120 out. How much power does this use? Can't see that. There either. Gonna have to build it to find out. They are now suffocating and can't get out because they've dug in a silly order again. So yeah, it's the same as vanilla RimWorld. They don't know how to do things in a appropriate sequence to not kill themselves. Luckily there's a bit of oxygen at the top of the room, okay. So every now and then they can recover. It would be better if they could make a route out of here. Too much liquid there still. That's not been done yet. That's up and running. So that's just 60 watts. It's 120, so that's 180, so the 400 we're making should be plenty, or the 400 we can make should be plenty to power that little room. We can queue up some research and they'll start on it. Again, farming's not much priority, it's not going to make much of a difference. Power generation, not initially. Refinement? That's new to me. Advanced research is, you know, worth unlocking so we can do further, but not a priority. Neither of those things. Don't think medicine's going to be because we're on easy mode. Plumbing is definitely worth having, and sanitation we can improve. That also gives us the mesh tile, so yeah, that's what we'll do first, is sanitation. Plumbing and then sanitation. Seems good. They didn't... oh, they haven't got that far yet. Oh, I think they can't reach. Right. Is it 2 away from the ladder or 3 away? 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, I think they need, at least temporarily, somewhere to stand so they can do that wall in. The hatches have come out at night. That's then marked to kill in the morning. Just the one? Looks like it. Okay. We're getting there, bit by bit. A nice, neat, organised base will definitely help me. And I don't think we're in any risk, I don't know. We are on super easy mode. The only thing it's warning us about is a lack of food source, but we've got 50,000 calories from random stuff we've dug up and whatever, so I don't think that's an issue really. They've got rid of him. They built that tile without the extra. I don't know, weird. Maybe it was okay and they just needed time. Either way. Mark it up and they can get it done when they have enough room to breathe. Can we dig anywhere to get the carbon dioxide out? Doesn't look like it. I think we're just going to need a lot of something that converts carbon dioxide or eats it. Maybe there's a plant or something that can consume the carbon dioxide. That would be nice. Have to work our way through the research and see what we can find. They've done the floor, so if we dig those tiles out the bottom there, when they get round to it. Research complete, first step. So we have pumps, pipes and vents and the bridge and everything, so we can now move liquid around the place. Which might be easier than the way I'm trying to move stuff around, but we'll see. That should now be moppable with the amount that's spread out. Can they get the corner? They can get the corner. Nice. Done that. Get rid of those ladders, not needed. We don't need pumps in here because they shouldn't need to get a bottle of polluted water. That would be weird. But we do need an emptier. Should the emptiers be further down? Let's assume not. Plumbing, bottle, emptying. There to make things symmetrical. We're about to research the other tile, I think. Except there's no power, so about is... We'll do that for now. Deconstruct that bit of ladder as well, why not? Good. They're going to gradually put all that water into there. So I might not seal it off yet. I might not put anything in there yet. Can seal it off. We won't fill it with dirty water until they've cleared the bottom out. Maybe we need to get some storage so we can put this dirt away somewhere as well. See what our printables are first. Piloting don't care for. Athletics and construction. It's not bad, but we've got a construction person, so I think no. There's no harm in taking a ton of sandstone, so we'll have that. That'll do for now. That doesn't consume any oxygen, so that should be okay. So yeah, I'm not going to set that yet. Idle people, good. Research complete. So yeah, mesh tile doesn't obstruct liquid or gas. That's kind of perfect to put a whole layer in there. Fill that in. Should we do one down here as well? Let them access places, but it seems a bit irrelevant. Now we'll just do that at the top. That's fine. And then solid tile. Start blocking this out a little further as well. Also unlocked a proper toilet, a shower, and a proper sink that need plumbing, which is fine. We're close to being able to do that. I would say we don't really have enough electricity to power a pumped system, but we can improve that. Let's line up the next research we're going to do. Maybe it's electrical. Give ventilation. Decoration. Make people happier. Okay for now, though. An electrolyzer or a rust deoxidizer. Sure. It's probably like soon. Or advanced research maybe is needed. Power-wise, this is just, yeah, bigger battery. Coal into power, but it generates carbon dioxide. We really want to avoid that. We have enough carbon dioxide. Same with the wood burner. Okay, sugar engine. Oh, it's a rocket engine, not a power generator. It'd be nice if we could have made it from sugar, power from sugar. Natural gas into power, but it produces carbon dioxide. Crude oil into petroleum and gas. Converts petrol or ethanol into power, but it makes carbon dioxide. Sound amplifier. Interesting. Make a jukebot. Produces microchips. That's all very new to me, okay. High wattage stuff. Hydrogen. Hydrogen's doable. And power transformers. Interesting that it's in there with those things. Hydrogen power generation wouldn't create carbon dioxide. We need advanced research to get that, but I think we're going to head towards hydrogen generation. I mean, renewable energy is lovely, but where are we going to find sun for solar power? We could make steam somehow for a steam turbine, because we've got that geyser making 95-degree water. If we could get that somewhere and just add 5 more degrees, maybe we could make some steam. Possible. Maybe. It's a bit further down the list there, though, and it needs some other kind of research that I don't know anything about. Okay, let's head towards advanced research then. We know we're going to need it. Probably need power to power it, though. Where would I find? So gases might have something that'll help with the conversion of carbon dioxide into something else. That's all pumping and movement. That's all pressure control, sure. Filling canisters. So could we just put all the carbon dioxide into a canister and then hide it somewhere? Bury it? Might be nice. Insulated pipes. So just, yeah, piping of it. Carbon dioxide engine. So you could propel rocket with carbon dioxide. I don't think that's a constant thing we could be doing with it. It's not quite what I'm after, but it, you know, might work. Use sand to filter polluted oxygen. Use water to filter carbon dioxide. So that's the kind of thing I'm after. Carbon skimmer. Use water. Probably pollutes the water, I would guess. So if we had a system that cleans water, then we could pollute it to get the carbon dioxide out of the air. Which would be good, especially if it takes it, like literally takes it out. Like lowering the gas pressure, then we can fill in with more oxygen. Cool, so we're heading for decontamination. We're going to need liquid filtration as well. Which I recognise that picture is the water sieve there. This is sand to clean the water. That needs advanced research as well. So advanced research first, those two, and hydrogen generation. Okay. For the power to power all those systems. Because I don't think hamster wheels are really going to be enough. They might. Maybe we need to bring some more people in so we can get more hamster wheels. Someone with really high athletics and just have them run all day. Could be a thing. One thing I didn't do actually. Gossman is a farmer. So we'll prioritise it even though we're not currently farming anything. I'd like to sweep up everything that's down here. We don't have storage for most of it. Should we just make a room full of storage stuff? Why not? Out of the way somewhere, like up here. Or where is actually out of the way? We're not going to be able to build upwards for a while because this abyssalite is in the way surrounding this uranium, which is scary. We're going to want... so living quarters could move, and then we're going to want a room with toilets and sinks, and a room with showers, unless we could fit all that in one room. I mean, with 4 people, like 2 toilets, 2 showers and a sink would be enough. But if we're going to grow, we're going to want more than that, so probably 2 rooms. Like 5 toilets and a sink, and 4 or 5 showers or something. 4 showers maybe? 4, I don't know, something. 2 rooms. The way the piping will work, we probably don't want them above each other because the pipes won't have room to maneuver, so that's probably like one on the right with the sink in, one on the left with the showers near the water and the polluted water. So yeah, pod's in the way. Okay, so this room's going to become showers. This room's going to stay as toilets. This can stay as where people sleep. So over here we've got nothing planned. So we can just throw a bunch of storage up at the top here. It's a long journey to bring stuff back and forth, I guess. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But it would help tidy up. At least temporarily. Make some storage, at least temporarily. A research completed. What did we get? The water cooler. Somewhere where people gather together in downtime. Recreational thing, sure. And a crafting station which creates stuff. Stuff that we don't know about yet, so we don't need to worry about yet. I hope. So we need to be storing Sand, dirt, and various seeds. So we make the first one sand, dirt, make the last one seeds. In fact, yeah, let's do sand, sand, dirt, dirt, and then seeds at the end. Still things down here that don't have a storage. Sandstone, okay, that's... what is that? Mineral? Yes. Do mineral, mineral. And then what can we put next to the seeds? What else might we end up with? Organics? Sure. That'll do for now. We've unlocked the miniature version of the printing pod. Oh, maybe when you go to another planet you need to have a... Sure, that makes sense. Its own version. The supercomputer will make advanced research, but we don't have space. We'll move that into a room over here or something in a minute. The skill scrubber. Refund skill points. And the telescope that reveals planetoids to visit. Future things. Do have a skill for Gossman. Go into farming. They are not particularly happy. They need 3 morale. Right. So that may have been a mistake. Giving them a skill we're not actively using. I guess because it's a tier 2 skill, it means their morale requirement is added 2. Seems a bit weird you have 2 skills and it says morale needed 3, but sure. Must be something like that. The place is ugly, and they're eating junk, so they're not happy. But they've gained 2 from learning interested skills, so they haven't balanced out. Interesting. They gained 1 for being a duplicant. Must be the difficulty setting, I guess. They've gained 1 2-shift break. They've gained 1 because they were allowed break time, I guess. And 1 because they got to sleep in a room for sleeping, I guess. Not their own room, but a barracks room is something. So yeah, we could do with a morale source. And soon, because Otto's less happy. Okay. Not sure how we're going to do that. Could we just simply put a water cooler in this room, and then when they have their break they'll get a morale boost for having a water cooler? It says it adds morale. Go for it. We have some water, maybe it'll work. Ladder's going to get in the way. Deconstruct it, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. 4 people all wake up needing the toilet at the same time. That's, yeah, not particularly efficient. Scheduling, I guess. They'll work it out. Only they're disinfecting the germs off it. And then it's all good, I guess. We're a bit short on oxygen yesterday, but it's not bad. And we're working on it. Slowly. Does not look good. What you'd love is a nice light blue like this everywhere. That's really good breathable air everywhere. Down here it's not particularly breathable. Especially where they're sleeping, that's a concern. And then down here, yeah, it's all carbon dioxide. And as we bring water in, that's going to push the gas up into the base. So we could really do with that scrubbing ability. What more can we do without setting up the second station? We can get to pressure management of the gas. So we'll start that, might as well. Still things there, it says it can't store. Muckroot should go in the food. Copper ore is a thing. Let's change this. I have 1 more mineral and 1 metal ores. It is a long journey, I guess. Didn't make the optimal layout of that. That tile's going to need to come out as well, so I'm going to have to go up that ladder, which is fine. Close enough. We're almost there. Shoving that water around. Good. There's gas pumps and pipes and stuff like that to move gas around the place. I'm sure that'll be helpful soon. Let's roof that in. They have to hold their breath for a long time when they go to walk down there. What's that? Oh, the muckroot has no... There is a box here, right? Oh, it hasn't been updated with all the edibles. So muckroot wasn't actually being put in the ration box, now it is. That's fine. Tile by tile, we'll get there. Get everyone sick in the process with hypothermia and... research complete. We've got manual airlock. Interesting. The airflow tile, so gas goes through but everything else is blocked. Also interesting. Liquid valve, controlling throughput. Gas valve, controlling throughput, sure. Good. Anything else we can research? It doesn't need the new desk yet. So decontamination will need the next desk. Distillation does, but we can get filtration. Let's do that. Sitting and eating. Kind of nice. Could do with a table to eat at, I guess, but never mind. Someone just gained a skill. So yeah, if we give them the tier 2 digging skill, which will let them through Abyssalite, which is handy, it adds 2 morale need, but their morale is now higher, so we'll do it. Bonuses 2 from the skills they've got being interesting, but 3 requirement from that. 1 from being a duplicant. 1 for the break, 1 for the barracks. But their food was better than yesterday and their decor wasn't awful, so they're a bit happier than... It's not like we're making better food, so I'm not sure how they got something nice, but I guess they did. Any sneaky nocturnal bugs around the place? Doesn't look like it. Insufficient oxygen again, only just. Are we going to get something set up in time? Where are we going to get something set up as well? Maybe to the right here, we need to prepare a couple rooms ready for something. I think we'll be okay though. It's going well so far, slow but going well. We're just delivering... don't know, must have misread. Only edible things going there, yeah. A tile there. Actually, that's... It's kind of all good now. Can start removing the tiles from this side. If I can work out which ones... Yeah, there we go. I think. That one's done, so I can remove all of them. Put the ladder back in. Perfect. Mission complete. We've shoved all that water sideways into the bucket it belongs in. Okay. Complaints. We've got some food that should be refrigerated. That's not a priority. We can now filter gases and liquids as we pump them. And we can press mud and other sludges into their base elements. Sounds like fun. Don't know what that means. I guess mud would get turned into dirt and water. I'm not sure we got any mud, but we got like slimy bits. Maybe it helps with them in some way. Who knows? Sweetles are unhappy over there. I just let them run around the base. They didn't eat anything meaningful, right? They just eat sulfur, which I don't know if that has other value, but I don't mind them running around the base. Maybe we need to leave them to tidy that up first before giving them other jobs. Oh, we could queue up another research while we're waiting. So that's leading into distillation. Got the research there. We want up to internal combustion because we're doing advanced power regulation afterwards. We could just unlock everything that can be researched with the one bench. Wouldn't be awful. For now. It's a hell of a mess here. I guess they did dig a lot of dirt out of the way. Well, not necessarily dirt, just stuff. Fine. New printables. I'm tempted to get another person to help out. Someone who can cook. But, decor is less effective. But they are better at decorating. They just don't have an interest in decorating, so that doesn't really work for me. Particularly. Blossom Seed doesn't mean anything, and these skills are meaningless. Absolutely. Okay. 4,000 calories worth of nutrient bars. It's better than eating dirt. Go for it. Someone else has skills. Yep. And they just about have them around to take them, so we'll get the improved construction too. And the field research. Astronomy was the other option, but I'm not too worried about rockets yet. Field research lets us do the research on the geyser. Analyze. I guess he's going to need access to do that. So we'll dig that down. Get rid of that old ladder. We'll put a new one in the right place. I suppose. Why not? But first, they need a snooze. Bit of a honk shoe. We haven't covered anything else around the map. More tiles down here, but it still just looks to be a bunch of tiles. More of the chlorinated area down here, but it's not much to it at the moment. Nothing beyond the sludge on this side. Some kind of mushroom. Interesting. A long commute to work. Yeah, I'm not sure what I can do about that. Could have built our base a bit squished more, I guess. But I don't really know how you'd fit anything then. Research complete. We've gained big battery and a switch. So I was going to move that, right? I was going to put something else up there. So we could move the research over here. Let's get the supercomputer put in here. Basic station. And then... yeah, we may need to use the room below as well. Jumbo battery and 2 generators. Just about fits in the room. Are we missing? Oh, we're missing the oxygen generator as well. Which, I don't know, maybe we've unlocked a better way of doing that? Where would that be? Oxygen, there we go. No, we haven't. So let's have one, better than nothing. And it just about fits in the room, yeah, so when they built all that, we'll dismantle the old stuff. That was internal combustion, so the specific things I'm after we can't research until we build those things, but in the meantime we could research art. People like art, apparently. Yeah, Long commutes. Takes them a long time to get to what they're doing. Maybe, you know, there's a better way of designing your base than this, perhaps. I find it quite likely there is. We'll see. Still a bunch of sweeping. Oh, they can't. They deconstructed the ladder the wrong way round, so they can't reach that bit. Try and get that sorted out. Did they? They did successfully analyse it through the diagonal or something. No, the analysis is pending. But they... Oh no, it still says requires analysis. The eruption period, I swear, wasn't there before, but maybe it is. So it produces for 306 seconds of every 760 seconds. Sure. And it is, okay, currently producing. Interesting. Sure, when we actually uncover it and try to put it to use, we can learn more about that, what that's up to. We have flower pots, lamps and ceiling lights. Sure. No immediate plans for that. Toilets are out of order. Need emptying. Probably needs decontaminating or whatever. Well, that room is done. That was quick. Nice. Well done, guys. Can deconstruct everything up there for now. And let them finish the research they're doing, and then we'll switch it over to one that needs the supercomputer. Everyone's dreaming of toilets. Sure. Well, that's not good. Why is that toilet out of order? I mean, it's too late to matter now. It's a priority and everything to get it sorted. They just didn't get it sorted in time, and someone has made a mess. So that is going to run off the edge and drip down here. That's okay, I think. If anyone else makes a mess, it could be a problem. If it gets into our clean water supply, we'll have a problem, obviously. Yeah, it's going to drip. Okay. And rather than dismantling stuff, why don't you guys sort the toilets out? And, yep, another mess there. Do I need to put these at, like, priority 9? Maybe? They just really want to dismantle stuff first. Might be missing something there on how the game works or whatever, but that was not ideal. Here's a bunch of different art we can make. Very nice. We'll potentially do that in the future. Next research. Toilets, I guess, would be best. I think we have them already. Let's go with power? No, because to get the hydrogen we need to do the electrolysis. I think the water sieve might be the thing, so we can finish setting that up. Doesn't really matter. Do that. Installation. Can I queue things up? Doesn't look like it. Hold down control? No. Hold down shift? No. Okay. Just, yeah, do distillation. It's something. Would be nice to get all that tidied up too. We used to have to leave them for a couple of cycles to get things done. Again, not ideal. Can we start putting a few bits in place maybe? Plumbing. Let's do the other idea. Medicine, so a sink on both sides. So they can come in either side of the room and still wash their hands on the way out. Then lavatory in the middle. We need 2 different lines of piping. Yeah. Because they can't... I mean, they can share a pipe in theory, but in practice that would be awful. It's probably going to run a pipe here. Which is which? Green is out, white is in. So these are the in lines for water that's going to come out of here. Need to pump. It will soon be a spaghetti land of different pipes and stuff. I don't think there's any avoiding that. We could do with a way of... yeah. Like the bridge can't go behind a wall, I don't think. Maybe it can. Let's rotate. O. O? O for rotate, I guess? Could go there, if you can put it behind a wall. Even there, if we made a mess of it. See if you can put it behind a wall. There would be acceptable. And then pipe them to there, and then that. Go to there, where there'll be a vent. Do need a vent there as well. It may end up being on that side. Let's leave that until we've got something to vent into it. But I actually don't want to connect that. Cancel. Until we've cleared this out, the bottom of it all. Then I want to connect it. We'll see how that goes. I think they can still use it, right? They'll fill the pipe in and then there'll be a problem. So I won't get rid of the old stuff yet, but we'll have the new stuff. That should be left and that should be right. So they, when they are going to the right, they wash their hands. They don't need to wash their hands on the way into the room. That's a waste of water. Well, I think the water's infinite. Unless I'm crazy. Or wrong, or information has changed. It doesn't really say. It generates 11.7 kilograms of polluted water per use. At 37 degrees Celsius, if you're wondering. How do I see what it takes in? Copper toilet. Interesting. I don't think it tells me there, or there, nor do I think it tells me here. No liquid output, empty pipe. Kind of expected it to be in the information here. I might be missing something. I don't want to need to use an external wiki to get that kind of information. Oh, here we go. Full entry. There we go. Requirements. 5 kilograms of water will create 11.7 kilograms of polluted water. So it actually creates water. Volume. I guess some weight of that is turned into, like if you're cooking food, most of it involves water as an ingredient. So some of that will get reused that way around. And I'm assuming that the water sieve cleaning process is 1-to-1 as well, which we've unlocked stuff. Turn slime to algae, turn lumber to ethanol, and produce water from polluted water. So this will take 5 kilos of polluted water and make 5 kilos of water. So yeah, it is 1-to-1. Need a room to do that in. Probably have to come underneath. But that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Go underneath for it. My plan for where the pipes are going to sit is not really going to work. It's yeah, just going to end up a mess. I guess we'll live with that. So maybe some system where pipes only go up in one side and down on the other. Maybe. But yeah, I think we might re-plumb everything pretty soon. What's left to do? Make that room. I want to wait. I want them to catch up with their current jobs before doing anything else. I can add the research though to get the other elements of the whole puzzle. The basic start. We need decontamination. Should we replace this Something about these tiles that let air but nothing else. We put them at the bottom here. The carbon dioxide isn't going through the water. It might make sense to do it down the side of the room. Then whatever level the water's at, the carbon dioxide will still fall out the edge and drop. And we're going to be processing it, I guess, down the bottom. Although the base may continue going further down. We'll have to keep moving it. I have a room that processes the carbon dioxide and you have to keep pumping from further down up. I don't know, we'll work it out when it comes time to build that. Gaining skills, it's nice. Run on a hamster wheel makes you better at running on a hamster wheel. Makes sense. Ooh, can do a print. What offers this time? Some hatchlings, don't want them. A cook. Pretty good cook. Yeah, not a bad one. Tempting, although we don't like food isn't going to be a major issue for us ever. Just we can gain morale boost from doing it. Strength and medicine, that's pretty tempting. Excavation and piloting is not, so how about Ari? Strength means I can carry more stuff around, which will help tidy the place up quicker. Medicine, if someone gets sick, got no one else with a boost to it, so why not? You know, an interest in it. Immune to food poisoning, I like. Slower when he goes to the bathroom, fine. When he's stressed, he cries and looks ugly doing it. Seems fine. I'm happy to print Ari into our base. Is going to need a bed adding to the barracks. Which is fine. Starts with a skill point as well. Should be happy enough to get a skill to begin with. Which one are we going with? The medical stuff I think is less of a priority. It's just nice that he has a boost. So we should go with the strength as his primary thing. Added strength and can empty pipes. Can use a blast shot maker. Whatever one of those is. Let's just have the strength for now. Improved strength. Very fancy hat. Still positive morale just. Seems fine. Let's change priorities then. A bit more relevant now. So Ari wants to have supplying and storing up. Also doctoring ahead of everyone else because there's some minor bonus there. That seems good. Although, despite being priority 9, his bed was not made in time for night time. Because everyone was on a break or whatever. Fine. We grabbed a bottle of water, threw it to the bottom of the ladder, and then got a new bottle of water. Weird, but okay. Sure. Don't know why he's doing that, but whatever. Research is complete. We have mechanized airlocks. Sure. You give it a lot of power and you can control it, I guess, somehow. Airlocking is, I'm sure, helpful at some point in the future. We got the deodorizer that gets rid of polluted oxygen. Which reduces disease. Yeah, polluted oxygen causes disease. And the carbon skimmer, which is going to use the water to get the carbon dioxide out of the air. See, I think we're going to have like a water sieve on the left down here. Carbon skimmer can't go on the right because the geezer's there. Although, I thought there was a space to do one room before. So maybe we'll try, fit a room in there with the carbon skimmers in. And then, yeah, find some way of getting the carbon dioxide in there. Maybe not. Maybe we'll do it over here. We'll do the water sieving and then below it, the carbon capturing or whatever. Maybe. Yeah, breathability is not great still. But food is good and stress is fine. No one is at all stressed, despite constantly running out of oxygen. Fine. Ah, yeah, we do need power to the pumps. Don't necessarily want to use the power we have for the research. Although, if we do a little bit more research, I would be quite happy getting rid of it for a while. Bringing the research back later. What am I looking for? This one, advanced power for the hydrogen generation. And we're just missing the ability to make hydrogen, which is here, right? Electrolyzer. Oh, that didn't even need the next thing. Okay. So we could do that, get rid of the research benches and plug them into the pumps. Or wait for the full picture, get these hydrogen generators in. Work out how we're going to get that working. I vaguely know you need to use the fact that hydrogen rises to the top of the room to capture it. Feed it in. Can't remember the rate. I think you need like 4 pumps for each electrolyzer to keep everything moving out of the room. The electrolyzer just fills the room with both hydrogen and oxygen if you keep putting water into it. Not sure. We will work it out. I guess I don't need to get rid of the benches, we can just deactivate them when we're done. That'll be fine. That would be good, even. Is there anything I could do about their walk speed, their long commutes or whatever? I mean, they're not even complaining about it anymore, but it would be nice to go faster. Is that so research for a tile that makes them run faster? Does an exosuit make them run faster? I don't think it does. I think it like lets them go out into space or whatever. A transit tube. Maybe? I'm not entirely sure with our base layout whether that's a good idea or not. Computers doesn't seem like it would do it. It's not a decoration thing. It's not a gas thing, or a liquid, or a medicine. Hope it's not radioactive, though it might be. Colony development. Right, so we've got 2 more types of research to unlock. Yellow and orange. Robo-miners. Interesting. Sweeper bot. Could be nice. A notifier. More space scanning stuff. None of these look like what I'm after. No. Solid material. There's a metal tile. Significantly increases duplicate run speed. Yeah, that's what I'm after. Although I don't know what I mean, I guess the cost is you have to make it out of metal, which isn't as abundant as stone in the planetoid. Bunker tile can withstand pressures and impacts. Good for meteor protection, I guess. Conveyors? I assume, yeah, it's for materials, not for people. Okay, so metal tiles. We could research, we just need to make them. Yeah, I'm guessing the metal refinery here. We need to refine our raw metal into the metal that makes the metal tiles. But it could be worth it, if the speed is significant enough. And I swear there's something to replace the ladders as well. Isn't there like a fireman's pole? I mean, it makes it quicker going down, maybe not up, but I mean that's half of the journeys. I've no idea. We're just going to have to find that in due time as we research everything. Hopefully we get through everything eventually. Some things are getting tidied. Leave them to that. Once we've done all these bits of research, switch that off, we'll have an extra people who who were doing that. They can help move. Just leave them to that for a couple of cycles to clear that room out. Then we can start actually feeding the polluted water around the place. Polluted water makes polluted oxygen. I don't think it makes much. We might need a... I guess we can have a room to the side of it or something. We just need a gas collector within the room and a filter to get any polluted oxygen moved to be processed somewhere else in some fashion. Did we get something about that? Yeah, the deodorizer. Oh, that doesn't take anything piped into it though, we can just put it in the room. That might be fine then. Uses sand, so I just need to come and bring sand into here. Turns it into clay apparently. Sure, whatever. But there'll be space in that room, so we could just put some of the top by the doors or whatever to convert before too much fills the room. That was power stuff, so we just needed one more thing, didn't we? Air systems. Perfect. Power transformers and everything, which... I'm gonna have to get my head around all of that. It's like the wires have a limit, right? So wire can only take 1,000 watts in it. And a hydrogen generator creates 800 watts. So each hydrogen generator needs its own set of wiring. Can't combine two of them into the same network, but you can combine two of them into heavy watt wire, which goes up to 20 kilowatts, and then feed that into power transformers, which break it down into sets of 1,000 each time. But I think that would take up more room than is necessary at the moment. That's confusing, isn't it? Boy. Oh, and I was going to move all the pipework, wasn't I? I was going to think about moving all the pipework. Let's get them finished on the research and then I'll put them behind the vertical walls and the doors, maybe. Okay, let's disable the building. So I think that way they stop drawing power. And then those hamster wheels will just be for that one oxygen diffuser. Good. We've got rust and electrolyzer. Cool. It's probably something helpful that we should have researched. Don't know. We won't worry about it. We will have a think about pipe locations. If they always, let's say, run up the left edge of the thing, go up to there, all the way across and in, then they could go over to, or up, over to the right hand edge and down. They would need to cross on that corner, which this goes behind, so we could go behind the door and everything. Should be fine. Hide it a bit more. Just leaves that gap next to the ladder being a bit irrelevant. I don't know, maybe we'll find a use for that gap in the future, who knows. I think... say we go for it, but apparently our toilets are out of order. It's priority 9. Oh, they're not working. This schedule doesn't... There might be like a problem with this default schedule that I should be changing, but I can't. I don't know. Everyone stops at the same time. They're not working, so a couple of them go to the toilets. They need emptying, but they're not working, so no one's going to empty it. Then they wake up and make a mess because they couldn't. Yeah, I guess you just need a toilet for every person, which is like a crazy amount. I'm tempted to put them on different schedules. You need a couple on the same schedule so they can have chit chat during their breaks. But we could have another set that just go to downtime earlier and then work again. Or I guess that's bath time is also the issue. Do we give everyone a bath time in the middle of the day? It'll interrupt their jobs. They'll stop what they're doing. Might just turn Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of, at this point, they did get up and they did start emptying it, even though it's not work time. No, it's bath time. But it's not an immediate issue because we're about to have more toilets, but once again they've made a mess because something's just not right there. And this one again is out of order, but it doesn't need emptying. It requires maintenance, but what does that mean? Why? There's something I am missing there, and it's very frustrating. Two people made a mess in that room while trying to get the toilets ready. I don't know what you're supposed to do there. Definitely missing something. Let's get it mopped up so it stops dripping. None of it got into the water, thankfully. Might want to change how we do those doors so that it can't drip in somehow. Don't know. Let's go to plumbing and deconstruct that and all that. All that. Someone else made a mess. Do that for now. Where on this side this time? I don't see where. I don't see why the toilets are available now. I am missing something. That's interesting. As they deconstruct, it drops all the way to the bottom. Could be another reason not to do this layout. If you have one long straight line, everything drops to the bottom. You might want to stagger it. Possibly. Who knows? Where is that gone? Plumbing. Yeah, that's the last bit, and that bit on the corner. Then new pipeline. Just going to run up there and in. And we're going to have a bridge there. Does that even matter? You're saying water goes up the left edge, but that's kind of irrelevant, right? And like down the right edge. Why would water be going up here anyway? Well, we could do that if we did it on this side, with the vent on the left edge there. That's the right of that, in theory. It saves a little mess as well. Let's try that out. Run those pipes over to this side and down. And put the vent there instead. Deconstruct that lot. See how that goes. Although, once again, don't actually connect it yet. So I want to finish tidying that room up. Although, evidently our toilet problem means I probably should connect it up now. Oh well. Hopefully they'll live. So a little bit of polluted oxygen around the place. I guess that's coming from where they've cleaned the outhouse. Polluted dirt and water is sat on the ground. What do you need? You need like a compost bin. Or turn the polluted dirt into fertilizer or something? Where would that be? Here. Farming. Reduces polluted dirt into dirt. Good. And then it'll stop producing more polluted oxygen. Once you've done that to it. So we should do that. And re-enable research. So that they do that. There's Ari doing a bunch of collecting and delivering. Helpful. I'm glad they joined. Oh, we are just over 2 hours in. It's about time I took a little break, I guess. Going well so far, I think. Slow, like I say, but that I am slow, I know that. Things are pretty well organised and things are getting into place. If we can get our kind of water processing system plus cleaning, plus scrubbing, plus whatever into place, that would be nice progress to, then grow from, I hope. I see our options here. We could spit 2 tons of salt water onto the ground. Don't think we want that yet. Agriculture and excavation, don't really need it. 16 strength, but 3 negatives. Decreased construction, can't dig, can't machinery. No, that's too useless. Things they're bad at and can't do, that's too much. And I don't like any of that. We'll reject all. We will reject all. Then we'll take a little pause. Then I'll take 5 minutes to stretch the legs, give the brain a little bit of a rest, top that drink back up. That is empty, didn't notice. Oops. And when I'm back, we'll just carry on. We'll carry on trying to get this polluted water reservoir working, and then we'll sort out the filtration between water and polluted water, or vice versa. Then add in that carbon skimming as part of it, and then add in the hydrogen generation for the power. And then see if we even make it that far in the next couple of hours. But for now, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Hello, hello. Back from the break. Let's get things unpaused. On full speed, yep, good. So I don't think there's a huge difference in speed. Not how I like it, you know. The regular speed is definitely too slow, but it gives you the nice animations and stuff if you care about your little dudes. Next speed up is a significant improvement, and then the one above, I'm not sure it's much. It might just be like 1 times, 2 times, and 3 times. So the difference between 2 and 3 isn't as much as 1 and 2. Maybe? Not sure. But you know me, I like super fast forwards. Anyhow, bit of a honk shoe. Up they get. No toilet trouble today. We hope. The pipes are a lot neater now. Where are they? So if we actually started pumping water, they could use the other toilets. Oh, that research is done, so let's disable that again. That gave us algae terrarium. Removes carbon dioxide and produces oxygen by consuming algae. Well, that's nice. Why don't we get some of that working? Right at the bottom in this big... No, temporarily maybe, but let's get it working. In the right spot. Because it's doing the job we want. 1, 2, 3, 4, and there. Or there. Gonna need a couple rooms, so let's go with that. Dig us down to there. Give me a ladder there. And where was that? Oxygen terrarium there. And that can do something. So that means switching off the diffuser, because that also uses algae. It just makes oxygen rather than doing both. And it needs power and this one doesn't. Not sure about that. There's not much over here, I don't know. Like, this makes it look like we are producing a nice healthy amount of oxygen using this. Therefore, we should not interfere. Maybe I'll just put one down here on this vertical as well. And we won't touch what we've got. We'll just add those into the mix and hope there's enough algae to do something creative. Or something helpful, you know. That's fine. They're complaining about long commute again. Fine. Switching that off again, which means we ought to have the spare power to, at least temporarily, wire up that pump, which puts water into the toilets, which is, you know, a good first step of the process. Seems good. We are... Oh yeah, I didn't figure. We added a new person, so oxygen consumption will have gone up, you know, a significant amount as well. Fine. Good. Oh, that's interesting. This one's all green and bubbly. This one was not. Is it in like an atmosphere where it doesn't work? Don't know. It seems okay now. They must have fed it what it needs to operate. And that's what the difference was. Maybe. It is, the game visually is really helpful. If there's a problem, you can see it. You know, things are different colours. Plants that are happy look happier than plants that are not, and so on. It's, as far as your, you know, building games go, it's very helpful in the way things look, which I love. Okay, last few things for them to move into storage. Still sweeping. In fact, there's new stuff has fallen in to be swept in the meantime. Let's check oxygen here. So yeah, we get little bubbles of good stuff around here. Nice. That's helpful. Hopefully we can actually boost that a more significant amount as we get things up and running. Get the, you know, the machinery up and running, the technical stuff. Would be good. If Everyone's just doing the really long run back and forth with that stuff. Can't even tell how much there is hidden behind this, you know, you can see a few arrows and stuff. Who knows how many more days it's going to take. It's downtime for now. And yeah, they all go to the toilet at the same time. Which is not good. I think we need a second schedule to separate that out. How can we do this? Let's do it, because it concerns me a lot. These ones don't need manually emptying, which is good. They still need disinfecting. And if we've got 5 people and 4 toilets, that's probably okay now. But if we're going to get more people, we're going to need to separate them out. And I just want to separate them slightly. So the moment they do, working 2 blocks of downtime, 3 of sleeping, and then 1 of bath time. But they don't actually do bath time in bath time, because they've just done it in downtime before sleeping. So this default doesn't seem particularly good. I would rather they did bath time, downtime, sleep, 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 work, 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 work. And then the alternative would be downtime, bath time, sleep. Because, and we did see if they needed cleaning to be used, they were doing that. Oh, they were doing that during bath time, but not during downtime. So this might not work if the first team leave it needing disinfecting. No one's going to disinfect it. So we want bath time, work time, downtime. But they're not going to get any work done in that 1 block, are they? They've gone to the bathroom and then they're not going to get back to their job in time, so that's a bit pointless. They've finished tidying, they're now just tidying general stuff that they can find, which is helpful. But we're ready to give them more instructions, so I'm just going to pause while I work out what I want to do here. The only other option I see is bath time after sleeping, but that is irrelevant because they go during downtime. So what's the point of bath time? They'll use the bathroom, the shower, or wash their hands. Once they're caught up, they go back to work. During downtime, they bathroom visits or snacking and leisure. But no showering? I'm sure they will if they want to. After they're done with bath time, they go to work. So you want it to be before work, which is probably why it's there in the morning. And not before downtime, because that's a bit more wasteful. But it just, yeah, I think we just have to stagger them forcibly and waste a bit of time in the mornings. You do like 2 blocks of bath time, I guess they'll all go first thing. They'll all need to go, because they seem to go once a day, right? Not more often. But it could be an idea to just work half shifts. How about that? So how many hours are there here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 24 there, obviously. Makes sense now. 5 are taken up by downtime and bedtime, is that? It's the default, so I assume it's the best option, but that's not always the case. A bit arbitrary if they intentionally give you a default that isn't the optimal amount of sleeping. But there's only 3 blocks of night, so I guess that makes most sense. But is 2 blocks of downtime too little or too much? Who knows? There's 8 work hours there, and that's there, so we're going to do that. And that'll have 8 this side? Yeah. So this shift do 10 hours, bathroom break 8 hours, this shift do 8 hours, bathroom break 10 hours. And hopefully there's time in amongst their middle there for them to clean them and whatever they need to do. But if they go in the middle of the day, it'll interrupt a job there halfway through, but I don't think that'll be the end of the world. We'll see. Let's just move. I don't think it matters who. I don't want to I don't want to micromanage that much, so I'm just going to move the bottom two to second schedule. Second break time, that's first break time. And those audio alerts we get, I guess you can only get for one of them, so let's actually just swap them around. They go to break first, and that's the audio alerts we'll have. They go to break immediately after, and we won't get alerts, but that's fine. Maybe irrelevant now that we've upgraded to lavatories, but we'll see. We'll see. Those are, I think, functional. Where's plumbing? Water is going in, and the polluted water isn't flowing out, but the pipe isn't full. But they finished. So let me just get rid of these exclamation marks. We can compost as well. Okay, so plumbing, pipe, join that up. Deconstruct that one. That finishes that room. This bottle and... Whoa, what happened here? It automatically permitted polluted water to be emptied here? Why would it do that? Why would it do that? Oh, that's bad. Okay. We need to change our plumbing system then. Why would it automatically... Whatever, it did. This one should be doing just polluted and not regular. I guess it just does. For some reason. Would love to know more details on that. Anyone watching or catching this later, do let me know why that allowed them to empty polluted water into there. When I'd only told it to do water. I need a liquid filter there. I assume the filter doesn't slow the flow down. It doesn't mention it, so I assume it's okay. Let's put that there. Oh, does it need to be... Can't be behind a wall. Interesting. Where do I want to put it then? Down here? Maybe immediately out of the pump? Oh, there's a ladder there, so that won't work. Down there won't work? Oh, because the output needs to be not in the wall as well. Okay. Can go there. Deconstruct those two bits. Do that. Fine, it's not a bad idea to have this redundancy measure in any way. A filter that will filter out polluted water. It's going to drain a bit more power, which I guess we didn't want to spend 120 watts doing that. But there we go. No choice now that it's got mixed. Then we pipe that out. Up. Sure. We can join that. Because that's never going to be full. Neither of those pipes is ever going to be full. So yeah, that's fine. I also want to move... How are we going to do this? Composting into here, because the polluted... Right? Polluted dirt gets composted down. I want that to happen in here because the polluted dirt is making a bad smell. Put the storage bin next to it for polluted dirt to be put into. And they can compost it down gradually, the dirt, whatever. You are for wherever I'm going to find polluted dirt. Can you do a search? No. Is it organic? Yes it is, there we go. Polluted dirt as top priority? Maybe not. Let's go with 7. That's fine. Somewhere up here... It's a lower priority up here, so I guess it doesn't matter. But there it is. I was lucky. Stop delivering it there. We shouldn't get that much polluted dirt anymore, actually, because we're getting rid of the outhouses. But it, you know, we may come across some and then we want to compost it down, get rid of it, and keep all this stinky oxygen in this room because we're putting in the deodorizers on the tops there, using sand to filter it when it gets up there. Should be good. We may want to manual airlock that room off, so the polluted air doesn't flow out. It stays in the room as long as no one opens the door, and then the deodorizer has more of a chance of catching it. Will we put a bit of storage for sand in here? We'll see. If that needs replacing often, then we might store sand in here, I guess. See how that goes. Did we finish? Yep. So there, they've grabbed a bit of polluted. That's all good for up there. That's all good to come out there. That's all good. I think that's all good. Perfect. And then we have... Oh, they need power as well as sand. Didn't realise that. We do not have enough power. Anywhere near enough power. Well, it's only 5 watts. We don't have enough power, but we probably have enough power for that. Let's plug in. How is that doing? We can generate up to 800 watts. It's going into big battery because storing plenty, which means I don't have to run all day long. But it does drain quite quick. That's 360. And we're going to put the same in here? No, we're not going to... I don't think we need to filter the polluted. If we put good water in with the polluted, we could filter it and send it over, but I'm sure if you put good water through the sieve, it'll still just pass it through. Can't see there being a problem there. We'll see, I guess. That's fine then. It's just 370 of the 800 at the moment. Not bad. There's a lot of delivering stuff around to be done now. Just get on with it. This is a problem because the pitcher pump is sat in polluted water. Oh well. We don't need any manual. I've connected everything, so let's just deconstruct these. And then the water that we're collecting would be for the water cooler, so yeah, hopefully that won't take polluted stuff. Skills available? Gossman's ready. But if we give them Improved Farming 2, which we're not actually actively doing, they'll end up requiring more morale than they have. So I think that is to be skipped. Left alone for now. Could give them a level 1 skill that they like, because why not, but we'll bank the points for now. Is that the right head? No. Crop tending. There we go. A little fancier one. They've not got a morale bonus for the water cooler. So maybe they just chose not to? Maybe. Ooh, an achievement. Replace the outhouses and wash basins with lavatories and sinks. Perfect. Maybe this is... the achievements might reset for each colony you do, so even though I might have done something like this years ago, we're regaining them at this point. That's cool. People are just sweeping the floors at the moment, which I don't mind. Do like tidiness, but we could be doing something better, I'm sure. But we can see what we can print. Not against more nutrient bars. Machinery operation. Can't dig, no good at agriculture. Not the end of the world. A mix of stuff and a mix of stuff. I don't like either of them. Rowan, good at operating machines. We have someone who does a little bit of that, right? I don't know what we're after in particular. If we're after anything in particular. I don't think we are. I'm going to go with the food this time. Just look at skills. What are we missing? So we got digging. Could always do it more. We got building, we got farming. Don't have cooking. Decorating. A good decorator I'd be interested in bringing on board. Piloting's a later thing. Tinkering, don't yet see the value, and medical I don't think we particularly need on easy mode. So yeah, a good artist, if they came along, I would spawn in. Otherwise food is fine by me. We should set up some farming. We will run out of muckroot eventually. I'm not sure where that's going to go. But we could set up our showers. How many do we need? Let's go crazy and make 4, because why not? I'm in. Water in can just share that pipe, I'm sure. Water out can probably share a pipe, but I don't want it cutting across the middle, so... how would we do this? Over? Up? No. Over? Up? Over? Down and in? Sure. We can also get rid of that block there on that wall. They're fine to walk through now. So that's fine. They're fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. I think. How's oxygen? So yeah, that room is okay. Be curious how that ends up. At the moment it's just full of lots of carbon dioxide and we've shut the doors, so not great. Might be a mistake. We'll see about that. See how that's going to look at germs. So that bottle emptier where we put the dirty stuff, sure. The toilets, sure. That person needs to go wash their hands. And our good water is all dirty because it got dirty water in it, I suppose. But sure. Some nasty slime down there. Which is germy, but not too bad. I think we're okay. Cleanliness and everything like that. Oxygen concerns me more because it is the name of the game. Did I name something wrong, was it? Oh, just the pop-up is there for longer than... Bath time is quite a short thing, I guess. That's fine. That's cool. They're cleaning stuff, they're tidying. So we're kind of ready to make the next room for the next stage of this whole thing. Let's get the tiles in place. Dig that out. This is still apparently making water, although I don't... Oh, is it going over here? Or was that already there? Can't say I noticed. Is it spawning the water and spitting it out because that's the easiest to get to? Seems unlikely. I just don't remember that water being there before. Not sure. If I can't find some way of stopping the geyser from operating, then I don't... Yeah. Not sure what we'll end up with there. There must be some way. If you lock it in, it must stop. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out when we actually find a use for it. Let me plan in the next level down as well. So that's going to be sieving the water. That's going to be carbon skimming the air. We could just do with a little route that brings carbon from the right-hand side over into that side, maybe. Or an air pump could do it, but that, you know, takes power. Which I guess we can do over here. And once we've set up the power, we could set up a farmyard somewhere. If we can find a good spot, probably up top. It's going to be the next available space we have. Okay. Not the end of the world yet. Interested in getting this water fed into this room, just to fill up the amount of water we have in our system, but also to tidy up the space, you know, and then eventually get this polluted water in. I'm curious what will happen if we put water through a water sieve, but you know, I guess there's only one way to really find out. Where would that be? Refinement? Water sieve. Is one enough? I think one's enough. Let's takes in 5 kilograms of water a second, but a pipe can handle a lot more than that. Do we need it to? We're not generating that much dirty water. And even when we're skimming, I doubt we'll generate that much. We can check that. Carbon skimmer makes 1 kilogram per second of polluted water. So if we can sieve 5 per second, that is fine by me. Put that in there. We'll want a storage for sand next to this. Or maybe in the room. We can just leave space to put a second sieve in if I ever want to, couldn't I? Why not? We'll do that. So that's going to store sand ready to put into the sieve. And then that's pretty close to those deodorizers that need the sand as well. Sure. That'll be fine. They are sharing. Does that affect mood? Apparently not. No, I mean, last cycle's decor has improved apparently. Oh, there's a lot of happiness there. Showered 3. Yeah, so they get 3 morale from showering. That's a lot. I'm glad we set those up. They have to actually do it. Which I guess might be optional. They might choose not to some days. Maybe. Maybe I haven't allowed them enough bath time. Don't want to give them any more though. Unless we replace downtime with bath time. Because it's giving more morale. I'll take the polluted water in, get rid of that. Yeah, very nice. This is going to take some power. We do have some. This is generating 800, so it should be okay if people do enough running. Not so sure about all that though. whether it is enough powering until we can get hydrogen up and running, which won't be too long, I guess. Yeah, they're not draining anything, so seems okay. We'll get hydrogen soon, although we're not going to do much. Can't remember how many it is. I think it's 2. Which is something. It's, you know, whatever. But at least temporarily we need to plug these in to get them working, so let's plug that in. And then we're going to need a pump in the same spot. So there, yep, everything's symmetrical. I could put a filter in the same place and we could send good water straight in because it saves time, but it will cost us 120 power. Yeah, 120 watts, which is a lot in my mind. So I'd rather not. Just find out what happens, I guess. So we're going to pipe that to the input of the sieve, and the output of the sieve needs to swap over. Interesting. Needs to bridge this pipework, which is not easily done, so we need to move that pipework over. Cut that off the top, that bit there. Gonna want to put that bit of wall into place. That much? Yep. Dig that out safely, I think. It's not been a complete disaster. I'm still not really happy with this world we were given. The size of everything, how close the messy stuff is, like this uranium blocking the top there, and this geyser. I think it'll end up being very useful, but it's kind of in the way, at least for now, so I'm kind of glad or happy with how much we've got put together. Seems nice. Bridge. Still getting used to O for rotate. That way round? Yeah. And that pipe in, that pipe out, and a vent there. That is full filtration mediums. Okay so far. We've got more pipes to put in place though, so we'll see about all this. Just would like to have a small amount of carbon skimming. Maybe we start with one. To begin with, uses water to filter. Water and carbon dioxide and power creates polluted water and heat. Heat is going to become a problem. We're going to need ways of cooling stuff pretty soon, I think. Concerning. Okay, put one there. Run a wire in. I'm pretty sure we're over our 800 watts by now. No? 480, 720 plus the skimmer, 730 plus the skimmer, which is 120, so 850. Okay, we can do a little more. Oh, I see a hatch. Target him. We've got a printing option. Briar seeds, don't know what they're good for. Excavation, science, kind of got it covered. I think aesthetic design when you're only interested in digging is really helpful. Piloting strength of machinery with an interest in construction and creativity, just a mess of different stuff. No, I don't like any of those people. There's no harm in taking these seeds. We at least get to find out what they are. Makes a bluff briar. It's a symbiotic relationship with a closely related plant, bristle blossom. Thrive in areas where bristle blossom is present. Berry it produces blah blah blah. Bluff briars can be grown in carbon dioxide. But what do they do? Oh, they're beautiful. Okay, so it's a cosmetic, a decoration option. From the sounds of it. Fine, whatever. Okay, they got rid of him. We're going to need to plumb. Now that's not ideal. How the plumbing comes together. We've got... What's going in? Dirty water's going in. No. Clean water's going in. This isn't a good spot for that, but okay. We can take the good water from this process as long as there's... If we run out of polluted water, it'll cause a problem. I guess, so yeah, that's not ideal. It's better that it feeds in and then gets pumped out. Do I want a second pump, maybe? We can. Running liquid pump in the corner. It's not a terrible idea. Sure. Put that there. Kind of makes me want to move the other pump, but there's a whole lot of pipe work involved, so I think we'll just live with it not being symmetrical for the time being. See how that ends up. Ah, no. No, that costs power. I don't want to spend the power. So we're going to take the post-filtered, bring that over. Yeah, I don't want to spend the power. Didn't need to do that. Need a little breach there. White is in. And we need another breach there. That's going into the skimmer. And then the out from the skimmer is just going up there. No. Yes. Clean water in, dirty water in. So that is correct. Good. Maybe. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. There's another music track that's louder than the average one. Weird. It's a nice soundtrack, just... Maybe I am just crazy, but it would be nice if it was balanced between tracks. I'm probably crazy. Okay, we don't need an algae terrarium anymore. I know that that creates oxygen as well as getting rid of the carbon dioxide, but let's not waste the time bringing the algae down here. We'll keep doing it on the right-hand side until we have something set up for that. But for now, we're absolutely going to skim carbon dioxide from the air down here. It is the bottommost point of the base at the moment, so that's a good spot for it. And it should be removing it, so it's going to create a lower gas density in the base that can be filled in by that diffuser. Base is actually looking okay at the moment. Not good, just okay. Do we want to find out what happens over here? I do. So tomorrow they're going to come in here and dig a ladder down the side so they can... Oh, how about a ladder where the ladder would live? And then we can leave it there. We don't want to go that far down. Just want to go to there. Dig all that out. And then dig that out. Try and get all that water to flow over. Then we'll pop a hole in the wall, fill this up, and find out what happens if you put water into a water sieve. We are hoping it just passes it through and sends it on its merry way. Can we tell? Because we can't really tell how much polluted oxygen's in the room. Is there some kind of overlay for this? Material? Polluted water, carbon. Yeah, so these, I don't know what colour you'd call that, teal? Greeny, bluey squares are the polluted oxygen. And everything above the walkway is pure oxygen, so that's... Deodorizers must be doing their job acceptably. Cool. Oh, they actually can't reach... They can't reach that ladder and they can't reach that pipe. Why not? Oh. That block is in their way. That might be why. Okay. So far, reasonably happy. Well, we'll experiment with this a little bit. Then we'll try and set up this on the right-hand side here, some kind of hydrogen-based power generation. Get the pipework even messier. That's not ideal, actually, pipe-wise. That's just because it was in a straight line from there. I think I might tidy this up in a bit before we move on. We will tidy those pipes up a little. This first, though, so you do that. Get rid of that block so everything can come. Unless some of it will get stuck, not sure. Deconstruct that tile. Someone? Yep. There we go. Water goes flooding in. Plumbing overlay. Water is like clean water, blue dots, is flowing into the sieve, and clean water, blue dots, is flowing out of the sieve. So yeah, it does what I wanted. It doesn't say, oh, this isn't dirty, I can't do anything. It just flows through. It doesn't even consume any sand from the looks of it, so that's perfect. That's just going to filter that through into the other room for us, where we want it anyway. Perfect. Slowly, though, I imagine. But we can leave that running. Maybe we do leave a gap and try and bring this polluted water over, just, you know, to top our system up. Interesting. We ran out of battery power overnight. We are draining a lot of power now, that does make sense. Hopefully our hydrogen system will just be good. Could drop that good water down instead of the dirty stuff, but you know. I'd explore more. What is a pacu? Little fish? Aquatic creatures that live in any liquid. Every organism in the known universe finds the pacu extremely delicious. Okay. Worth knowing. It'll eat seeds, foods, and algae, and excretes polluted dirt. Well, that's not ideal if you're putting it in good water, so you probably want it to live in polluted water. If you ranched and fed them, we'd be able to harvest them for cooking, I guess. Not that we really need to, but interesting anyway to learn about those little fish living over there. Cool. If this system is functional, I'm just waiting for that to pump through. Next thing to do... Well, everyone's just, yeah, taking toilet time, and well, the storage is kind of full, so they're not going to do much tidying. Let's start digging out the next rooms over this side of the base. Building up there, that needs a tile there, and then... Don't need to put that side in, do we? We could just have the right edge blocked off for now until we need more space. Only thinking that that keeps these bugs out of our way for a while, hopefully. Yeah, why don't we actually build the tiles in? Do the same on this side. We'll open them back up when we want to build a room next to that or whatever. Could do the same here, but we may be fiddling around with more liquid if we need it. So we'll leave that for now. I think we've kind of got enough liquid in our system now for it to be functional, so... kind of happy that it's working, or seems to be working, despite my... whatever the patches of the last couple of years have changed the game to do. It, the vague ideas I still had from before are acceptable. Dig all that out. Should we dig further down? I don't really want to break into this oxygen, polluted oxygen. Unless we could set a pump up straight away to bring it into the room with the deodorizers. Or just set up an extra deodorizer down here before we pop it open. Or an extra couple of them or whatever before we pop it open, try and clean it up. It's the water really that would also need moving. Polluted water. We can just block it in. We build further down. No particular advantage. All we're doing next is taking a bit more of this post-filter water, feeding it into the electrolyzer to separate the hydrogen and oxygen, pumping the oxygen around the base so that it doesn't, so that the gas pressure doesn't build up in the room where we're doing this. We just move the oxygen away, and then collecting the hydrogen and putting it into the hydrogen generators. So we need a room for the hydrogen generators, be the top one. Need a room, probably a double room, for the gas flow manipulation. So that's fine. Those three spaces we have on the right hand side are fine by me. Maybe the room above that's currently got the computers would become like a battery room, just a bunch of batteries. It's going to be two different power networks as well. We're going to need to be, yeah. What are we printing? Dreklet eggs that grow into Drekos. Don't really want them around the place. Construction, athletics and piloting. Interested. Oh, increased medicine. Bad at other stuff. Increased medicine but no interest in medicine. Doesn't really work for me. Interest in medicine but increased construction. Or medicine and construction and increased construction. But they produce polluted oxygen often, which is a bad thing, a significantly bad thing for me. I don't like any of them. Goodbye. I'm being very picky. I always am in all games like this where you get a colony of people. I'm probably making a mistake by being too picky, but there we go. I'm sure we'll survive regardless. We're 31 days in. We've survived the whole month so far. I can't be that bad at managing these guys. Don't think. Suddenly very dark along the hills. I think it's about to rain pretty heavy. Yeah, not looking nice out there. Although, yeah, not running too hot either, the computer. Okay. We can keep playing oxygen not included if it doesn't cause my PC to run too hot. I like that. I like the look of that. I have had this issue with my PC dying randomly quite often in recent weeks. More and more often, I'd say, actually. I've fiddled with a few things, changed a few settings, sped up a few fans, and updated a few bits of firmware and stuff, so we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we can successfully play this game without interruption. It would be lovely. Right, over here, everything's flowed, I think. Like the water on this corner, this one here, just above my face, that's not connected, which makes me think that's kind of it. So I'm going to mop that room and see what happens next. Hello, Nick Blue. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Don't put the poop deck next to the well. Yeah, we've had some close calls. I think the design is such that it works fine as long as everyone either gets it in the toilet or doesn't have an accident inside the clean water room. If they're in any other room, it should flow down the middle and just drip all the way to the bottom of the ladder. Lovely. But if they have an accident in the clean water room, it'll drip through these tiles and mess the water up. But we do have a filter, so should be okay. I think our water system is coming together pretty okay at the moment. We'll see if we can maintain that as we grow, but so far so good. That block of water's just gonna hang there. Weird. I'll build a tile there. Actually, let's dig the tile underneath it and maybe it'll flow down. See how that goes. I did want to move all this in the end. All of this? Kind of. Yeah. But I don't need to, so let's not fiddle with it, because it's just because that pipe is there that I want to move it. And that's not a good enough reason, so we'll leave it where it is. That didn't get rid of that water, but we can now mop it. If someone would like to. Yeah, they're fine. Right, let's block that tile back in for now, so it doesn't flood back out if the amount of water flowing in increases. We can consider coming over here for this polluted water later if we need to, but I think this is a good amount of water to prime our system with at the moment. It's a small system, so seems good. Carbon skimmer is kind of not doing anything sometimes. That's interesting and nice. Let me just dig that tile so that this carbon flows in. That's fine. Most of the carbon dioxide is trapped in the water room. I might try and get that out. Also, didn't do a great job getting this sorted. The Sweetles have come through a tiny little gap that there was. Block that off. And I guess they'll just live here. Are they doing any harm? If we ever need to protect our sulfur, we'll need to be concerned, but other than that, we'll leave them to it. Fine. That's fine for that. That's good. There is a way we can get the carbon out of here, the carbon dioxide. We'd need to swap. So we need to tile up the edge, replace these tiles with the mesh ones, and then, no, not the mesh ones, the airflow ones, and then take the edge tile away. So we can do it, replace the walls with the one that lets the air out. Don't want to do that in the dirty room, because we want the polluted oxygen to get deodorized. So yeah, not sure how we're going to get the carbon out of there. Don't really need to. I don't think. We've airlocked this room to keep the polluted oxygen near the deodorizers. Seems best to me. Creates a bit of an issue. In this room, people aren't often going down the ladders. And if they are, they're probably going under the water, in which case the amount of oxygen doesn't matter. Oh, well, they're coming to the lower picture pump. They're not there long. So they're fine. We don't need to get the carbon dioxide out of these rooms. Eventually, if the water level rises, it'll just push it out the edges and down to where it'll get processed. We do need to get the carbon dioxide from the right-hand side to the skimmer. But if we just keep building, we'll eventually connect the sides up, I guess, through the middle here. I think. We'll see. I might just plan the tiles in there. The idea is to stop that geyser from pushing water into this room, although it may have already done so, I don't know. But I'll just put that in there, planned, ready. Okay, over here. What do we need then? I think we need to take this middle bit out. Not sure. Let's look at all the elements. One thing we know is two... Oh, we don't know if it's two. I think it's two hydrogen generators. Produces 800 watts of power. How much hydrogen does it take? We're back with this problem where I don't have all the information. Germs. Not so concerned about germs. Contents. Maybe once it's built it'll give me the information. Did it tell me over here and I just didn't read it? Oh yeah, it did. 100 grams per second of hydrogen. A electrolyzer is producing 112 grams per second. Ooh, interesting. So it's not two, but it's more than one. That's awkward. So you kind of want you want one electrolyzer per hydrogen generator, and then it's going to back up a little bit. Unless you can find somewhere else to send that hydrogen. Okay, so we want two electrolyzers, which is going to produce a lot of oxygen. Hang on. We can do the math here as well. They're producing 888 grams per second of oxygen. A gas pump can take 500 grams per second. So you need 4. 888 plus 888 is something we asked for calculator. 1776. 500 each. Yeah, you have to have 4. One won't always be used. That's just to move the oxygen out. Well, I guess the electrolyzers 888 plus 112 is 1000. So from those 4, you could filter off the hydrogen. You don't need a separate pump for the hydrogen. Interesting. The only thing is the hydrogen's going to come to the top of the room. So if you had pumps at the bottom of the room, they're never going to get hydrogen in them. Because they're not. But still, how much can a pipe carry? Carries gas, doesn't tell you. How much can a bridge take? Doesn't tell you. How much can a vent? 2 kilograms before it goes over pressure. How much can a filter? Doesn't tell you. Okay. So I've not got all the information I need to work that out. So you could have 4 gas pumps along the bottom. They take oxygen elsewhere. And you need 4 of them. And they are just going to carry oxygen. It's never going to be anything else. At the top of the room, you have a gas pump for hydrogen, but it needs to be filtered. You can't, like, filter the pump, can you? No. No, we would need to have it feed into a filter. The oxygen joins the pump that's not full. The oxygen goes somewhere, nowhere even, back into this room and is pushed down into those pumps. That's fine. And the hydrogen is sent into the 2 hydrogen generators. Yeah, 1 pump can do that. 1 pump can go to both hydrogen generators, although 2 pumps might be easier. They cost power. Each element costs power. The hydrogen generator is making 800. Each electrolyzer is drawing 120. Each pump is drawing 240. Interesting. So if you were making just like 1 of everything, forget the second pump, you'd have 1 electrolyzer. You'd need 3 pumps, in theory. 2 to carry oxygen, 1 to grab the hydrogen. But that doesn't work. That doesn't make sense to do. 3 pumps is 720 watts. You add the electrolyzer, it's 840. So the hydrogen generator can't feed that pump. Have I done something wrong here? I swear the whole point is that the hydrogen can feed the mechanisms required to get this job done. Unless things have changed. Entirely possible there was some patch or something that stopped this from making sense. Taking in 100 hydrogen per second, that is 1 electrolyzer. 112, but close enough. It was a game because everyone's actually doing nothing at the moment. Is nice. Means the world's kind of doing well. So 1 of these taking 120 watts, also producing 8 of oxygen. So yeah, it doesn't make sense to me to have separate gas pumps, I guess. That's an extra cost. You'd have 2 gas pumps and a filter. Filter's 120. So yeah, that would reduce it. You'd have 480, 600 watts. What's the electrolyzer? No? It's 820 watts. And we're producing 800 watts. So it doesn't work. You can't have the filter. You can't share. By adding a second one, you don't benefit. Unless you leave some of the oxygen in the room. Which, it's not a sealed room, so that's fine. You could leave some here. It just, yeah, I'm missing something. I'm not a huge fan of, like, Googling up these systems, like it's a system that many people will have made, and there'll be like an ideal way of doing it. But when I do the math myself, it doesn't make sense, and I'd like to make sense of it is all. Just know, are you supposed to just use 1 pump, and that's how you self-feed 1 generator from 1 electrolyzer? Or am I getting the numbers wrong? Always possible. Feed in water, you make enough hydrogen for 1 generator. And a bit. Maybe the and a bit is what matters. You need to put 6 generators in. No. 9 generators in. Something like that to gain the benefit. Doesn't seem likely. Could just try and build it and then work out if I'm missing something, I guess. Draws in gas and runs it through pipes. $240 watts, 500 grams a second of gas. Build something for the theory of it and see what happens if it runs, and if the whole thing just doesn't work or blows up, it's not a big deal. We're here to learn. I think what we do is replace this middle with airflow tiles so the gases can flow and mix. Probably want a door that stops gas going out in the top, but not in the bottom. That's fine. We want a gas pump at the top. Where's the middle? There? Yes. Do we want it in the middle or slightly off? Slightly off, I think, actually. This side. Let's go with this side initially. Have that there. Have a gas filter. Which can't go through a wall, sure. Down one, up one, through one. Just go there. And for now we'll do gas vent there. So we pipe that into that, that into that, and that into there. That's going to get our hydrogen out, I think. And then the electrolyzer just sits underneath that. And when it spits out the gases, the hydrogen rises up, the oxygen is forced down or hangs around. The amount of carbon dioxide here is going to be an issue. That needs to be taken away. Can we very gradually build along here? No. We're currently incapable of digging obsidian. Interesting. Which is good, actually. It means I might be able to block that in easier. Or not. We'll see. But if I can just join this up so the carbon flows away. Do that, I think. Bit by bit. Yeah, interesting. Just cancel that instruction then. Can't do it. Level 2, I guess. There's a bit of water that's going to end up all over the place, but we'll have to work out what we do with that after it's all over the place. If we can spread it down, we can mop it up and that'll be fine. So that's that. We're going to need to plumb in the filtered water. Hopefully that's okay. We've got a lot of water around, but this does mean the system before was kind of creating water because the lavatory doubles what's put into it. But now we're actually going to be consuming some. It might balance differently. What can we print? More random seeds. 3 people with small interests. Tiny bit of interest in decorating. Don't think that really fits the bill for us. This person's got lots of positives, apparently. Immune to food poisoning. Increased farming, but they're not interested in it. Increased cuisine, but they're not interested in it. No, they're all... We'll just take the seeds, because why not? Not the best options of people there. So at the bottom... Another pump. That's the second pump. That is just taking gas away. It doesn't really matter where it puts it. I mean, taking it and putting it over here isn't a bad idea. Putting it at the bottom of the base, even if it's all oxygen, putting it at the bottom isn't a bad idea because it'll mix as it flows up, I think. So, sure. We'll pump it directly into the room with the skimmers, and if it happens to be any carbon dioxide mixed in there, then they'll benefit, and if not, that's fine. Carbon skimmer doesn't suffer if we fill the room with oxygen or something, does it? No, it's removing carbon dioxide from the air, so it's probably a good spot to add oxygen in. Unless that is somehow preventing... Yeah, I don't know. We could put airflow tiles in every floor all over the place, like a few here and there. Just so that air flows around the base better. Maybe not around where the water is, the liquids, but, you know, around the base. Don't know. How is oxygen anyway? Not awful. Not good, but not awful either. It's gonna pump. That's not filtering either, so there's a chance, slim, the chance this room gets over pressurized with hydrogen and we end up sending that down here. I doubt it'll happen, but it wouldn't be good if it did. Fine, I think. Wire this all together. That is 3 240s. 720. So we're gaining 80 watts of power by doing that. So this is not a good way of making power. It's a pretty good way of making oxygen. It's a very good way of making oxygen, actually. But it's not a very good way of making power, which is what I was looking for. And there's no way really of making more hydrogen without spending more power. Yeah. We also need to kickstart the system and re-kickstart at any time there's a problem, which is an issue because you can't put more than 1,000 watts on a line, so the system will kick itself out if we add more than 200 watts, which everything does. Right. Coal does 600, wood does 300, the manual generator does 400. Those are the only options we have. See, I don't know any way of protecting that. We want to power shut off connects to an... Oh, if we had automation unlocked, maybe there'd be some way of doing it. Connecting it to another network, feeding the power in. If the hydrogen generator is active, then we stop feeding the power in. That would be kind of nice, actually, but in this case I don't think that's really an option. Switch would just turns power on or off. Does not affect circuitry preceding the switch, but it switches stuff off, which isn't what we're after. Just wants something we can connect or disconnect easily. Doesn't look like it. Could do with a battery, just for the sake of having a buffer, an electrical buffer in the system. Fine. What we don't need is a second hydrogen generator. The whole thing's a bit overkill, actually. We'll see. Let's deconstruct that. We'll put a battery and a manual generator over here, and yeah, then I don't really know. Disable the manual generator manually when it's up and running, and hope that it keeps itself up and running forever. Don't know. We'll see. Maybe we just cause a short circuit over and over again until things work. In any case, we need an alternate source of electricity, because that's not good enough. Let's go back to the research page, back to power. Better options. I mean, coal is an option. We could even try and set up branching of hatches in order to make coal. If that's, whatever the word is, sustainable, then perfect. Seems complicated, but I don't know. We don't have the yellow research to get steam turbine, which feels like it could be a good option for us with that geyser. Mini pumps, oil wells, don't think they help us. Natural gas we haven't really got a source of at the moment. Don't even have a source of lumber for the wood burner, so coal's kind of our only bigger option than the manual one. Well, you know, the manual one just ties up people for half the day, which isn't good. Or for the whole day, I think, at the moment. What do we need to make yellow science? Material science research. A material study terminal consumes rad bolts. Okay. Must possess applied science research, which we went for the field science, which I think is the correct direction, but we need them to level up again. A manual rad bolt generator refines radioactive ores to generate rad bolts. Emits rad bolts in the direction of your choosing. If you say so. And then a rad bolt generator attracts nearby radiation. Interesting. Receives and redirects rad bolts. Stores rad bolts, ready for transport, but that needs the yellow, so that must not be necessary to do whatever the hell this is. This seems like a not right now kind of thing. So I think we set up some coal generation. Go mining for a big storage of coal somewhere. Set up our farms for a reliable food income, because I haven't been paying attention to it. And then go from there. Steam power can come later. Just mop what's going on there. Ah, they've done that. So power, big battery, manual generator. Wire that up. Hopefully. They shouldn't... If the battery gets filled by the surplus from the hydrogen generation, they shouldn't go on the manual generator, it should be fine. Do have to bear in mind, we're producing a surplus of 12 grams per second of hydrogen with nowhere for it to go. So eventually that's going to push itself out of the room. That might take a million cycles, but eventually it will do it. Is of some concern. I'd remove that door and put a ladder in. Let's just blow the base up with hydrogen and then, you know, we can always start a new one. And I wouldn't say I've learnt any lessons from this yet, but hopefully we will learn some lessons and then a second attempt could be fine. I wouldn't know. And I think that's fully blocked in. We should be able to dig all that safely. And all that. Putting tile in everywhere I want it. Seems okay. Just leave that so we don't dig too far down. And add the ladder into there. Okay. Not enough power. It's not happening. Currently there's no hydrogen coming through here. Oh, I haven't set a filter, have I? There is hydrogen in the room. You can see little pink spots. I need to actually get to the filter and set it to filter out the hydrogen. And that might... There you go. A bit of power is generated. Inconsistent though. So it gets up and running, that battery should hit 50%, they'll stop running and it should keep itself going. We just can't plug that into anything else, because if you plug it into another network it's going to drain way too much. There's only a tiny bit available. Could use it for some deodorizers. That's about it. That's not like awful or anything, but it's not particularly helpful. Too much to mop. Oh well, we get the stuff that's in our base. And that room really just opening up so the carbon dioxide flows through. Which seems to be going well. Yeah, there's none being skimmed, so processing the carbon dioxide seems to be working well. Other than the stuff that's trapped. Could do with more oxygen over there. We are spitting oxygen into this room. The vent that's... okay. So this filter's taking the hydrogen out and then spitting the other stuff back into this room, but this room is overpressurized, which isn't surprising because it's having electrolyzer spit into it. So we should move where that gas vent is really to help. But we don't want to add it to this line. What's a black dot? A carbon, must be. I want to put it on its own, I suppose. Take it somewhere else. We could disable that oxygen generation now, actually. It's got oxygen being spat out that side. There's oxygen made here, so kind of just in the middle. In their bedroom, maybe? A nice place to give them fresh oxygen. Just deconstruct that vent. Kind of do want it the other way around now, but I won't fiddle with that. Or will I? No. No. Put that up into the wall. Up one more. Out an vent there. And then, yeah, we can deconstruct that. I hope. If we get rid of that diffuser, it frees up a bit of the power from the manual generation to go into the pumping system. Which is doing fine. It's not like we need to keep pumping or anything. Well, this vent is overpressurized now. There's not much I can do about that. I can't cause the air to move. I don't think. That room is just full of oxygen now. So unless I do put those airflow tiles in all over the place to help move it around the base. We could do. Should we? I'd be interested in how that, whether that helps, I guess. So maybe we do that. That's a maybe on the list of things to do. Here I'm kind of tempted to replace those airflow tiles and move that pump into that room, and then we'll have a spare room. Because the only reason not to is allowing more space for the flow of hydrogen and oxygen in here. Maybe even squeezing more tiles in and getting it even tighter together would help. Don't know. In any case, it's not working yet. I wonder if it needs to be blocked in. No, because that would overpressurize the room. I think. I don't know. I have no idea. But I wouldn't say oxygen's an issue for us. At the moment it's looking okay. Especially down here where it should be awful, the bottom of the base. It's that vent overpressurizing that room is preventing the carbon dioxide from coming in to the room, which isn't good, but it's done it anyway. The only stuff that's backed up here is because those blocks, we can't mine them out of the way yet. Could we? I mean, we've got points. We can unlock the ability, but do we have the morale? As long as they keep showering, we have the morale. So, yeah. I mean, we can go for it. They need to keep showering. Super duper hard digging. Applied science research. Is that the one I needed to do? Can't remember now. Material study terminal usage. Yeah, that is the one. Perfect. Applied science. We need to get that set up at some point. Demolition. Can demolish gravitas buildings. Don't know what they are, but okay. Also adds to construction at the same time, so it's probably still worth having. Gossman. Did he give you the farming? Yeah, because we're going to set up a farm. So you can have improved farming too. You are less happy. Upset, yeah, ugly. We could do with decorating the place. We could. We know that. I'm not going to spend the extra point because that will cut it pretty fine, and we don't need the research. The astronomy would be the route to go, but don't need it yet. Ari, you can have plumbing, I guess. Also adds strength, so why not? But you'll be unhappy if we give you pyrotechnics because you haven't showered. Maybe you should do that. And I don't see the point of being able to make blast shot That's all it does, so that doesn't seem worth it. We could do improved carrying instead, which will increase carry capacity and strength, which is relevant. But he's not interested, so that would bring his morale to even. So if he showers, then he'll be happy, so yeah, go for it. You can have improved carrying too. Let's give you the plumbing hat, I guess. It's the tier 2 ability he has, so go for it. Sure. There's some skills updated then. Achievement earned. Buy an entire branch of the skill tree. Sure. Not sure who that was, but sure. We can now dig obsidian. So dig them. This geezer still is doing a pumping animation and audio, even though that seems full, and I don't think the water here changed. So I'm not sure where that water's going. So just that this water under here is now really, really pressurized. If we pop this open, will they come flying around? What are they getting new hats put on? Yeah. But that interrupts my ability to print the printable, which is why I kept repeating that. Okay. A seed for an oxyfern. Don't know the value of that. A chef who is germ resistant. Early bird. Cannot doctor or attack. That's acceptable, but I don't think we need a chef right now. I could be wrong. The chef? No, I want an artist. And I only want the 6th person. I don't want more at the moment. None of those people. We'll get the seed and then we can learn about what it is. Oxyfern plant. Highest metabolism in the plant kingdom. Take large amounts of carbon dioxide and convert it into oxygen. Excellent. We could do away with some of our power consumption if we swap to using plants instead. Just saying. They take carbon dioxide in a reasonable temperature range. They need a minimum air pressure. This doesn't seem crazy. But they consume dirt and water. Consumes dirt? Why would growing things consume dirt? Interesting. 4 kilograms a cycle today. But whatever, fine. And water, that makes sense. You can use our farming plots to supply the water automatically, I think. Like you can plumb in a farming... Where would that be? Food? No. Base? No. We've unlocked some of them, right? Maybe we didn't. Did we look any farming? We did basic stuff. Oh, we did basic farming, which gave you the planter box. It's not really what I'm after. I'm after like this farm tile. Where, yeah, I don't know. Thought you like you put a pipeline of water underneath it and it waters them for you. Maybe we could afford the people anyway. Might get this done. Agriculture up here too. What's this? Produces fertilizer. Produces fertilizer. Okay, hang on. Don't know the difference, but sure. Store fridge. Cool. The hydroponic farm must be irrigated through liquid piping. So the farm tile can be, like not must, but can. And that would be fine. Let's try that for now. Let's just get that one Venture enabled. Research that. Look at the ventilation. Yeah, we're struggling down here. It's interesting. Do something about that so this room doesn't end up overpressurized. But it does seem to be feeding hydrogen in at the correct rate and a successful rate. This side's also overpressurized, but not as much oxygen is grabbed from up here. If we block the floor and put another pump in, I think more would be grabbed. Both for move that pump up, I mean. Interesting. That algae terrarium is no longer needed, I should say. I think what we need to do is just take this pipeline and vent a bit more somewhere else. Anywhere, really. Just run it all the way up here. Just vent half down there and half up here and see if that helps. That research is done, so let's have a look. A mess table was unlocked. Nice. Could give them a dining room, I guess, if we can have a room. Sure, where are we on a farm, actually? Right-hand side? Sure, the storage room could be, I don't know, dismantled. Well, we'll leave it. Yeah, we'll farm here, on the right. As long as we don't break into this chlorine room, I think the plants will be okay. As long as they don't die. Don't know about chlorine's density. Don't know if it would drop through the base if we accidentally crack into here. Could be a disaster. Also a grill where we can cook stuff. Some things might buff morale enough to be relevant. Egg cracker, which turns critter eggs into raw egg. Okay. Rather than an egg you might ranch, I guess, is just a part of that process. Farm tile. Make from dirt or clay. Tons of dirt. Enables plant domestication. Duplicants can deliver fertilizer and liquids. What if we don't want them to deliver it? Let's build a tile and see what we can do. There is a farm tile. We have some plants, but there are many options. No seed selected. So if we plumbing, liquid, water. Assume it's water. Did you put polluted water into the farms? Seems like a bad idea. If they have diseases in the polluted water is the main thing, right? Don't know. In any case, that is plumbed and the water is not going there. Which is to say it's not interested in having water. Plant a meal would... Some will grab a seed out of storage. Growth halted, fertilization. It has to be fertilized? I thought it was optional. Oh, we just use dirt. Right, so is that the dirt consumption? This consumes 10 kilograms of dirt per cycle. Sounds like quite a lot, but that is the fertilizer to keep it growing. And you add water as well and it grows. So we'd need a constant income of dirt, which I don't believe we have an infinite source of. Don't think. I mean, the compost makes dirt, but we'd need a source of polluted dirt to do that, so we'd need something that causes that. Oh, Quinn's got food poisoning. From a nutrient bar. Oh dear. Running a bit low on food, actually. Oh well. Both of those gas vents are struggling with overpressure, and that one. But back of ventilation. This one's stopped entirely. We're just producing too much oxygen. We need more people to consume it. Otherwise our system's going to break down. I mean, that's a nice, healthy, oxygenated base. Nice. Too much, though. Distribute 1,000 kilos of oxygen through gas vents. Yeah, we're definitely doing a lot. Okay. So when the whole thing backs up because it's overpressured, we're going to end up with a room full of hydrogen, I guess. This does not seem... I mean, it's evidently a great way of making lots of oxygen, but I don't think we really needed to do that. But oh well. We've done it now, so what can you do? I should have been watching, shouldn't I? Doesn't matter, actually. If it took water, the pipe would be full. And nothing has gone into the pipe. Okay, so the farm tile does not take water through a pipe. Cool. does... Well, we know the hydroponics one, it requires liquid piping. So let's unlock that and take a look at that. Just enable both research benches now. Just going to cause an electrical issue, but whatever. When we need a room, I might move this up, but for now, stop letting me just get distracted by it. Water availability seems good. There's not much on this side, but there doesn't need to be. So yeah, we won't unplug this and run that in yet. Covered anything interesting over here? Doesn't look like it. Some plants got flooded over there. Granite and sand, nothing special. Oh, another gravitas door. So that's a gravitas building. A guy with demolition can open that door. The lab wall. Could be something interesting over there, who knows? Could dig our way over, probably, safely, maybe. Need to put this to work, wouldn't I? So we need to set up our rad bolt research generation as our next kind of thing. Power it with some kind of power somehow. And then use that to unlock the steam generation. And then find a way of heating water an extra 5 degrees. 11 kilograms at 95 degrees. Not even sure that's enough water. It's not much. Don't know. Worth a shot though. Worth a go. Seems like it's worth a go. Block this room off actually, won't we? We'll end up doing that so the water drops into something. Somehow. Be interesting. Okay. Now 40 cycles in. Can't be going that bad. Doesn't feel like we're achieving much, but I'm sure it's not that bad. Guys are alive. They're well oxygenified, well supplied with oxygen. And they got showers and toilets and their morale is high enough. I know we're on easy mode, but still, it's some kind of achievement. Okay, that research was done for agriculture. While we're here, material science and more material science. We can't do radbolt containment, but this radbolt generator seems like it might be easier than the manual radbolt generator. Like instead of having to get radioactive ores, we just need a source of radiation, which I don't know, is background radiation enough? Can we crack next to this uranium ore and collect there? That could be a good spot for it up there. We'll see. Don't want a fridge yet. Don't have the power, but hydroponic farm, I'll put one in so we can see how it works. This fertilizer synthesizer uses polluted water and phosphorite to make fertilizer. That makes some sense. Polluted water. Sure. Park sign classifies an area as a park or nature reserve. Farm station produces micronutrient fertilizer. If you supply fertilizer. Okay. Right. So if you have a trained farmer and a greenhouse room, they can improve the effect of the fertilizer. Sure. And then a radiation lamp emits radiation when powered that can be collected by radbolt generator. Oh, okay. And I'm in radiation view mode now, I'm guessing. So yes, we could collect radiation from the uranium ore. We could collect it from the shine bug. Or we could build this lamp, give it electricity, and that would make some. It seems. Cool. Cool. Maybe. Kind of like the idea of trapping the shine bug in the room and capturing its radiation. That could be fun. Worth it. Okay, hydroponic farm. Plumbing, liquid pipe, in. So what happens to the water? Is it consumed? Must be irrigated through liquid piping. Enables domestication, impacts stakeholder negatively. Automates the irrigation, which means you don't have to go get water, but you do still need to go get your dirt or whatever. interesting. Fertilizers. So we need to put a storage for that in this room. Well, I would like to put a storage for that in this room. Might move seeds into this room as well. Oh no, we'll put some storage there. Let's do the actual base room as well. Block that off. No, we won't build the next room, we'll just do that much. Build the ladder up. Need to dig out a little bit above it. Try not to let that chlorine through because I don't know what it's going to do. I don't know much about chlorine. Said it's good for killing germs. Maybe we could somehow bottle it up and put it to use. Building entombed, I see. Dropped some sand on the top of there by accident. There's a lot of sand here actually, it's going to be... You need keeping an eye on that. Okay, so the idea was here we were going to put... I think it's cultivatable soil. What about fertilizer then? Agriculture. Both? I don't know. Soil there. Agriculture there. And seeds? Sure, because we don't actually have any fertilizer, I don't think. I was also kind of thinking fertilizer was just replacing the dirt, but I could be wrong on that. It might be a specific option of some kind. Anyhow, we have material study terminal. We need refined metal to make it, so we need to research all that as well. Okay, we'll do that after what we're currently doing. Hydroponic farm, we need to pick what we're growing. So mealwood makes something you eat. We would need to... So meal lice are still grizzly quality food. We'd need to cook or prepare them in some way to make it better than that. Bog bucket, we don't have any seeds. Blossom seed, we have... It emits germs of floral scent, which sounds like a nice thing, not a germy thing. They produce bristle berries, which are a better quality and a higher calorie count, so that could be good. That seems good, actually. I'm not sure. Floral scent could be a bad thing. This probably is like a hay fever thing or something. But it makes bristleberries, and they seem good. Grow in carbon dioxide, oxygen, polluted oxygen. Consumes water. Doesn't say that it consumes any dirt, which would be handy, because if you don't have to deliver dirt either. I mean, yeah, blossom seed seems good. Needs light. That's interesting. We'll have to work that out. That seems good. Grub fruit. So you need sulfur. That's not going to happen. So we'll skip that one. The oxyfern is just for making oxygen, and that's all we've got. Okay, so I like the idea of blossom seeds. We only have 5 so far, but I assume growing and harvesting these is going to give us more. I hope it is. We want... Forgotten already. Where is it? Food. Hydroponics. Up to there. And plumbing pipe up to there. So we can start consuming more water now, which is fine. May need to plug more in. And it's there, ready, so that's fine. Something down there? No, just a bit of hydrogen at the bottom there somewhere. Big block of sulfur. Nice sized block of gold in there. Not sure what gold's good for, but something, I'm sure. Conductive amalgam of gold and mercury. Suitable for building power systems. Interesting. It's conductive. Is it conductive of heat as well? Overheat temperature plus 50. So if you make a building from gold, its overheat point goes higher. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. I'm sure that's useful in somewhere if you're overheating. We're producing heat from the electrolyzer. So that's something that might benefit from that kind of thing. Maybe anything that's processing the steam would benefit from it. That would make a lot of sense. Still didn't look, did I? How we would add temperature to a liquid. Liquid-based refinement. Scrubbing and desalinating. Nope. A mechanical surfboard. Liquid cargo tank. A wall toilet. Empties on the other side of the wall. Interesting. Just stick it on the wall piece and it... Interesting. Decontamination shower uses water to remove germs and radiation. Decontaminates. People have been in contaminated areas, I guess. However that works. Insulated liquid pipes. That seems relevant. So temperature will stay hot as we move it, if we need to. Hydro sensors. Liquid shut off and a reservoir for liquid. Also seems helpful. Could do away with that big bucket of water we've got if we just put it in a reservoir instead. Save some space. Radiant liquid pipe causes exchange, so the opposite of insulated. If we needed to cool stuff, you just put a cold liquid through a radiant liquid pipe. Maybe. Thermo-aqua-tuner cools the liquid going through it but heats the vicinity. It's the opposite of what we want. Pipe element tepidizer warms large bodies of liquid, must be submerged. Interesting. Carries liquid allowing extreme temperature exchange with overlapping buildings. Conduction panel. Complicated stuff. And going on? Espresso machine, right, okay. So we'd need a liquid tepidizer, but it needs to go in a large, submerged in a large body of water. So we need to know how much the geezer's really making and then fill in another buckets down here with what it's making. Heat that up a little bit further to get it to turn into steam and then capture the steam somehow. It's interesting. Sounds kind of dangerous, but okay. These guys don't jump out at me either. Cooking and ranching isn't bad. If we were going to set up some ranching, it's not awful. Tempted. Ren. Creativity, athletics and science. Athletics and piloting, not yet. Or 8 pacus. 8 pacus. We can eat them. We're a bit short on food. Not sure if you can eat them raw though. We've got nothing set up to cook them and you might need to. It seems like that kind of thing. Do we need another person? We can afford the oxygen. We will soon be able to afford the food. They can help with cooking if we go down that route, and they can help with ranching, which seems likely we will for something or another eventually. Let's bring Ren in. Why not? Let's add another cot to that room and pray that we have enough toilets to cover these people, which reminds me. Let's make sure Ren goes on to the second shift, so they're half and half. Okay. Tarnius back here, they need more copper. They should have that, be fine. And then illumination, good point. So we could trap a shine bug in there if we can find, he's down here. That's not very consistent, I don't think. Not that our power supply is really consistent enough for a lamp or whatever. Also that covers, with the height of my ceilings, that doesn't cover all the spots with one ceiling light. About with a lamp. Nor with a lamp. Okay. What does a shine bug actually cover? Is there a lighting overlay? Rooms, germs, decor, light. Hard to tell because he's in a corner. Maybe 4 across? So I think he might do it if he stayed in the middle of the room, but he's not going to stay in the middle of the room, is he? So 2 ceiling lights, I guess, is the answer. There they go. Let's go with that and that. And you know what? Wire. Can we afford them? Just out of curiosity, how much are we currently spending? A lot of these aren't really running that often. We might be able to turn off the carbon skimmer and save 120 watts. Even let the polluted water build up for a while because it's so unbalanced at the moment. When they're here doing nothing but switched on, they're draining power. If we switch them off, they stop draining power, but yeah, then you've got to switch them back on when you need them. Got to remember to switch them back on when you need them. 1, 2, 3 lots. So 720, 840, 850. Turn the research benches off. Because, I mean, it's already more than what we're generating. I think it's probably time to get a power source that is not people running on a hamster wheel. A more consistent one. We could do that down here. Yeah, but for now though, let's plug the lights in. I also would like to... I don't know why they haven't built that tile. But they haven't. I want to tile this in. Somehow block that chlorine without accidentally opening it up. Not sure how. They built that now. Can they build that and then build that? See if they can do that diagonal. I don't think they can. Maybe if they came from above, that might work. We'll see. We'll see. So radiation-wise, we've unlocked all that stuff, but we needed refined metal before we can build the things. So we need to unlock that as well before we switch everything off again. Solid materials? No. Automatic stuff. Oh, there's the fire pole. Found it. Rapid descent significantly slows upward climbing. So if we had ladder and fire pole, maybe that's okay. Temp shift plates. A ladder bed. It's a ladder and a bed. Cool. This was one. Metal refinery produces refined metals from metal ore. Significantly heats and outputs the liquid piped into it. Ooh. Is that like in addition, or is... I don't know, we'll find out when we actually start doing it, I guess. Because could we pump our hot water into that, create some metal, and then have steam come out? Self-feeding if we keep giving it metal? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it's a thing that'll really work. That is also not really what I wanted, because when I delete that, the chlorine could flow through. Build that one in, and then see what you can do with that one. Not sure. Let's get rid of that bit of sand. Oops. Just that'll do. Battery power here going... It's going up. Should be full by now, I'd have thought, but I don't know. I guess at some point there's some gap. I was thinking anyway of moving that into that room and putting a coal in the bottom room here just to make power through coal if we have any. I assume we do. We were storing it here, I guess. Like that. Where are we? Cultivatable soil. So we want to stop putting cultivatable soil in these ones. Although there was a lot there, so I'm not sure, but we'll go with that for now. We'll see. Minerals, metals, organics. Forgot what I was looking for. Coal. Not in any of those, I guess. What would it be under anyway? Consumable ore. No, it wasn't. So if we have any, it's lying on the floors in the shower room. I mean, that's where I store my coal, so that makes sense. Oh, and in the bedroom. And kind of spotted all over the place. Is there any coal? Because it's not infinite. And I don't know how long what we've got will last. Is there any we can mine in the world? Yes, to our north. So we can get around the chlorine. There's a little security door and a couple of computer desks and a couple of shine bugs. I do like shine bugs, as long as they're not in the bedroom. Don't know what a computer desk does for us, but there we go. We could go dig up this coal that's underneath all that at some point, I'm sure. Find a safe way of doing it. Ooh, something new over here. Ice. A lot of carbon dioxide and ice. There's some chlorine liquid, so that must be really cold. Yeah. It's liquidized the chlorine. Interesting. Some cold down here as well. Some warm down there. Okay. Interesting stuff happening in the world. Sure. I need to select blossom for planting here, don't we? As many as we can. It takes a while, right? A few, yeah, 6 cycles for the process to repeat, get the extra seeds, but also get the food stuffs. Which we could probably put a dining room next door, would be a sensible idea. Or maybe a cooking kitchen and then a dining room. So we can turn blossom berries into some kind of meal in that room. Maybe. And maybe we'll end up doing some branching above here or something eventually. I'm tempted to just, yeah, dig the uranium ore out and get it out of our way. Let's see. We got the rock crusher. Produces refined materials from raw resources. For example, loosen nuggets from raw ore. Oh, so it could make refined metal from the rock crusher, just inefficiently. I'd rather do it efficiently, to be honest, if we can get the power to feed it. Fires clay to produce ceramics. Cool. We need to sort this out properly. Gas pump. There's one immediately above it trying to capture the hydrogen. Yeah, not sure about all this. One next to it trying to capture the oxygen, I guess, but it's probably going to capture the hydrogen too. The layout's not good anymore. Might need a little gap and see if that helps. But we probably need to feed that through another filter as well. Which I don't want to spend the power on, so I'm not going to bother. And we'll just see if it makes a, you know, fills the base with hydrogen, then it was a mistake. Then I'll fix it. For now, that'll do. Go for it. Leave it at half an hour on this and fill those last 2 in with blossom seeds in the future. If I remember. That is full of... I think we should say no clay in there. And put clay in there. Although, in the end, it turns out Bristle Blossom doesn't need that. Yeah, it just needs irrigating. And light. So we didn't need to put the dirt in there, so let's put it back in here then. This can be seeds. This can be agricultural. Cool. Oxygen looking very oxygeny. Power looking like it's probably not doing so well, but that's fine. We'll live. Temperature in the base is okay. Some hot dirt coming out of the compost. And this room, now that I've made it even smaller, is probably going to heat up even more. Especially considering it's airlocked in. Don't know if we should... If we open it up, the hydrogen might slip out, so yeah, I think I'd rather not. Probably should, but I'd rather not. We could put some airflow in the floor of this one so that some oxygen goes down. That's not a... Actually, yeah, why did I get rid of the... There's no need to replace the floor with tile. It could stay airflow. No harm in it. We've unlocked the fire pole. The ladder bed, which needs refined metal to make, sure. And the temp shift plates. Which I don't think we need to do right now. I am going to change that back then. Wasting materials, I'm sure, but we'll... What should we do? Don't need to do the whole thing, right? Let's just do that, a few bits. Some oxygen will drop down. The coal generation is going to make carbon dioxide, right? Which is... It's not going to go upwards, it can't, but it being open a bit isn't a bad thing. We do need to wire that pump in as well, and we can get rid of those wires. This system didn't seem to have any trouble with generating 1200 watts through the wires that can only take 1000, so not overly concerned about that either. Don't want to overdo it, obviously, but if we get 2 coal generators, they'll make 1200 watts, which should blow the wires, but seems okay. And then we'll feed them into this network for the pumping and the systems like that, and then we'll keep the manual ones for the research. And the lights for the farm, I guess, I suppose. Put them there. We're going to want storage next to that for coal. Go there. Yeah, that'll just be for coal. I'm tempted to put another gas pump in down here. Should we have left that pump in this room? And it can take the carbon dioxide. Well, it's also spitting out up here, so I guess that's not ideal. It's also currently not spitting it. But yeah. That'll start pumping, so that's fine. Do we want another pump here? I mean, it's just going to flow down naturally at the moment. So when we redesign base, change anything, and it stops flowing nicely into the skimmer room, then we can add an extra pump or whatever we need to do. For now, I think the actual pressure in the base is probably not going to... It's not going to matter. I am happy enough with all that now. So if they get that built, we'll have another power. Don't need that power doing anything at the moment, so we might as well get them plugs in ready. Put them there, but definitely get rid of that. So we're not putting 2000 watts through those wires. Seems good. That ain't a bad start for tonight. We are more than 4 hours in, so I will force myself to stop playing. But I've had a good time. I've built that just so I don't forget. We're going to give that instruction. I'm covering more of our world here. Interesting stuff going on. Fun to play with some more bits and pieces, learn some more stuff, just poking around or whatever. And I guess researching more and try more tools. Most of what we've seen so far I remember from playing years ago. I didn't play much, so I don't really know what I'm doing. But getting our pipelines in and our water supplies and trying to get hydrogen generator balanced right. You know, I've tried it before, so it'd be interesting to try out some of the new stuff we've seen in the research that confuses the hell out of me, but we'll see how that goes. Just going to turn that just a little bit more, just 2 minutes more. Turn coal storage on there. And coal generators are up and online and everything's happy. Yeah. Yeah. A battery in there would be good. Just going to give the instruction, and then we are actually stopping. We pause. Let's put a save in. firm save. I don't know how that works, so you should check that system out. But anyway, thank you very much for joining me this first session of Oxygen Not Included today. Popped in, been lurking away, said hello or whatever. Appreciate it. If you're catching it on video later, thank you very much for watching.